Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final goes to the Edmonton Oilers. A 4-3 win in overtime. Leon Drysaitl scoring on the power play late in the first overtime to win it. Thomas Nosek of the Panthers put a puck out of play for delay of game. Drysaitl scores the winner. The Oilers had scored to tie it. They were down 3-2 going into the third period. They tie the game up and then win it. So a 1-0 series lead for them. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR, presented by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and family. Game 2 between the Panthers and Oilers will be tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. We'll also have that here live on WGR. Tonight is Game 1 of the NBA Finals, the Pacers and the Thunder. 8:30 tip-off in Oklahoma City, who are a huge favorite going into this series. In football, Kansas City wide receiver Rashee Rice, who tore his knee up during the regular season last year, has reportedly been a full participant at practice for Kansas City and should be ready for the start of the regular season. There's been a lot talking about Jonnu Smith the last couple of days. ESPN's Cameron Wolfe reports the Dolphins want to retain Jonnu Smith and have been resistant to efforts by the Steelers to trade for him. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Here's McDavid. Out for Nugent Hopkins. Out of the point, Bouchard. Nugent Hopkins with it. Here's McDavid.
You can't put a number on it. He's invaluable. There's so many good things. Clutch, face-offs, you name it, he does it. Doesn't get enough respect or credit for his defensive abilities. When he's dug in, there's not many better, maybe nobody better.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Happy Thursday. A hearty thank you to Leon Drysaitl. Because, I don't know about you guys, I was 31 seconds away from a big decision.
Yeah?
Going to bed.
Going to bed.
Did you stay up? Did you see it?
I fell asleep during it.
Okay.
So I didn't even make the decision, really. My body made the decision for me.
Okay.
Like, you're going to sleep.
You fell asleep.
This could be triple overtime. Don't even bother.
Owen, Evan, I thought the same thing. Like, boy, it's late, and we get up early. That alarm rings early. And I'm like, oh, see the period out. Were you guys up?
I was up. I watched it. I was so thankful that he scored before it went to another intermission because I was 100% passing out as soon as the game turned off.
Yeah.
I almost fell asleep during every commercial of overtime.
Yeah.
Less than a minute to go in overtime?
31 seconds.
31 seconds.
I was overtired through this week, so I didn't even watch the game,
There you go.
unfortunately.
All right. Well, 31 seconds left in overtime, and Drysaitl wins it. And I did not have to make a tough decision. The decision would have been go to bed.
Yeah, you also should thank Thomas Nosek for putting the puck out of play and allowing a power play that felt. I mean, who was it? Was it Wallman who got in his face after he put the puck out of play? An Oiler comes over to him and is laughing in his face.
Good.
Like, you just lost it, buddy. Game over.
Yeah.
And then, sure enough, you got to score after you do that, and sure enough, they did, which, you know, you got McDavid and Drysaitl. Especially when you get down to a 2-on-1 and the low end, that's going to be a goal 9 times out of 10, I feel like.
I will, I'll make the case. I think, here's your take of the morning. We're going to fire a take out right away. I think puck over the glass is among the best things the NHL has done in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
The best. It is.
It's the only call that really isn't subjective on some level.
That's a big part of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not subjective. They don't miss it. Mm-hmm. Usually they don't miss it. And if you were to be, for anybody that kind of grows up watching the game in this era, maybe you're 20 years old. Oh, yeah, you used to be able to just flip the puck into the crowd.
Yeah.
When you say it
how often would people do that, though?
Oh, as many times as they wanted to.
And they would do it?
Sure.
It would happen?
Yeah, sure. You could just flip it It didn't matter if it was off the glass. Oh, there's a crazy play, and we're just, especially like a moment like that, where I know it's an accident, but so is a high stick, and they'll call that. Sometimes you're careless with your stick. You don't mean to get the guy, but you will. So there are plenty of careless penalties where you don't intend to break the rules, but man, think of all the goals that have been created. You can't even do it. It's like the stat about, I like to reference the stat where $1 billion of industry is lost by March Madness. March Madness existing means people don't work that day. And all these goals, thousands of goals over the last 20 years on power plays because defenders rip it over the glass. Sorry. Yeah. And I know that is, I don't know if it's a sensitive subject anymore. Of course, it happened to the Sabres in the Carolina series. I was
going to say, one of those 1,000 goals was one that I'd like to have back.
Was it Brian Campbell over the glass?
Uh-huh.
And what goal was that in Game 7?
Is that the one that's sitting between Rory Fitzpatrick's feet for 18 seconds?
So to put them up 2-1 in that game? Or what? I've kind of blocked out Game 7. The Sabres had
Me too.
Maybe it's 3-2 because the Sabres had 2 goals in that game.
Right, dare I pull up the box score?
Pull up the box score. Let's go back in time.
Even doing it
again. Half the reason I don't remember that game is because I was so out of my element. I went to Cozumel, which again was a great place to go, but not the right place for Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Final. I don't know why I was there instead of
Why were you in Cozumel?
At Cozumel, the bar.
Cozumel, yeah. Right. Sorry. Okay, right. Rod Brindamore power play goal, 11:22 of the third period
to take what a 3-2 lead.
3-2 lead.
Okay,
so it was a tie. It was a tie game. Less than 10 minutes to go in the third period. Bang! Puck over the glass.
Yeah. Puck over the glass. Sorry. I didn't sit here and think that Brian Campbell was some sort of villain. I know that it can happen.
So the one thing that was a little different back then, though, and like last night, I'll pull up the box score to last night too. When was the last penalty called? How much time had passed between the last penalty that was called in the game and the puck over the glass call last night? Like, there hadn't been a power play by anybody for a while,
30
right?
minutes?
At least.
Okay.
So, yeah, looking at the summary for last night, let's see. Last night, that's the puck over the glass with 18-17 of overtime. The last penalty before that was 1:13 to go in the second period. So you'd played almost 2 full periods without any penalty.
Because they won't call them.
Right. 05-06, they were calling penalties. So Campbell puts the puck over the glass. Brindamore scores at 11:22. 3 minutes later, Justin Williams gets called for a tripping penalty. So the Sabres get a power play 3 minutes later. Very different now, where I feel like that's the only call that's getting made.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Late in a playoff game, puck over glass is the only thing. At least back in 06, you would have had other calls made.
I feel like sometimes they'll call too many men. Sometimes.
It's got to be pretty
bad case, but
yeah.
Sometimes they'll call too many men. But I'm glad. I'm glad they called that penalty. I'm glad that game ended with 31 seconds left. Everything about it was everything we needed. And McDavid in this game, he didn't score. He had a couple points, right?
Yeah.
And he was a difference maker, of course. I mean, he made 2 incredible primary assists in this game. But he was not exactly God mode in that he didn't score. He had a couple of, incredible chances.
He had a great assist.
He got a great assist. Stuart Skinner was great in this game. It was everything you thought it would be, I guess. It was a great game 1. If this series didn't have you before, maybe you watched some last night and it has you now. I mean, I thought it was a great game 1. And I thought Edmonton looked like the better team the whole time. I mean, Edmonton controlled the game pretty much the entire game.
There was a stretch in the second where Florida took over, but that wasn't, it might have been 5 to 8 minutes at most. I felt like almost the entirety of the rest of the game was the Oilers, that they were buzzing around. They looked like the faster team, and the Panthers are going to try to wear them down, right? And they're going to try to bump them at every turn and slow them down. They really, their game plan on McDavid is so clear. It's not right there in front of you. I mean, it is, but you're always watching the puck. I would just advise anyone watching these games just for like a minute. the next time McDavid's on the ice, just watch McDavid away from the puck and watch how many times he gets bumped by the Panthers. Like, their whole plan is, ref's not even looking over here, so we got to get in his way like 4 times before he gets to full speed and prevent him from doing that. So they're playing a very different style, I think the Panthers are. And last night, I don't know, it felt like the Oilers could move all around almost the entirety of the game. Like, it wasn't working the same way. Like, they were shedding, it's almost like they were press coverage, you know, where you jam them right at the line of scrimmage, and the Oilers were running their routes like to just release at the line of scrimmage. So if they could play like that throughout the entire series, I think they'll win it. We talked about last night. I mean, the Panthers got 2 goals right at the start that they probably shouldn't have even got. So that game could have been even worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the interference call that was not called on Sam Bennett. I saw that in these Stanley Cup playoffs now, coaches' challenges are 0-4, trying to overturn goalie interference.
Okay.
So take that for what it's worth.
And then you get a penalty.
Right,
which Florida scored on last night. So, man, it better be pretty bad, I think, if you're a coach trying to call that the rest of this series.
Would it be nuts to say that, yes, you should get penalized if you challenge offsides and you're wrong, but no, you shouldn't get penalized if you challenge goalie interference and you're wrong? Then again, you might get a million goalie interference challenges because these coaches like to challenge everything they possibly can.
Well, they only get one? What's the rule on that? They get 1 challenge?
I don't know.
Throughout the entirety of the game?
You get one, and if it's right, you get another one?
Okay, that's right. Sure.
I make a point to not know the rules of how to challenge because knowing that there are words written about how these teams do this makes me mad. It hurts my heart how often there are reviews and challenges. But it did not feel like last night's review of the first goal should have been a penalty on the Oilers. In no way.
I had fallen asleep. Did the coach challenge the delay of game penalty? Because apparently you can challenge for the delay of game penalty.
Yes, I know. They added that in this year that you could challenge a puck over the glass, of course.
Yeah. I guess that last night's looked pretty clear, though.
Yep.
So I don't think they needed to challenge that one. So.
Yep. So it's funny. You mentioned laughing in the face. That brings up memories of Travis Kelce coming over and laughing in the face after, what did he dive in the Bills game? Or the Bills got flagged for unnecessary roughness or whatever it might be. He came right over. Maybe it wasn't the Bills game. Kelce, was it the Bills game? Was Milano bumped him? Who hit him? Somebody in the chat will remember this. Kelce does what he does. He flops, gets a call, and then gets up and claps and laughs about it.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the vibe he had last night for that Edmonton player.
Okay. I do feel like I could see Josh Allen doing something like that.
Oh, for sure.
If he hasn't already.
Yes.
He probably has. Right?
Yeah.
I bet I could find it. I don't know what it would be, where it would be, but wouldn't you bet he's laughed in an opponent's face at some point?
After flopping? Yes.
After something.
I'll make it right after flopping. Yes.
All right, after flopping?
I bet he has. Because that's what Kelce did. I want to say it was against the Bills in the AFC Championship game, or maybe it was Houston. Who knows? He does that all the time. That's in his bag of tricks. Anyway, good morning. 803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe, and watching last night's game. Let me ask you this about the Stanley Cup Final. I can picture the Bills in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. I will just be driving around and I will think about the Bills winning the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Does anybody still do that with the Sabres and the Stanley Cup? Can you still conjure it up? Can you do it? The way that maybe you used to be able to do it when the Sabres were in the conference finals back-to-back years. Sure. You're making the foil cups, you're bringing them to the arena. Does anybody still have the ability to picture it, to think about it? I used to have framed Stanley Cup Final tickets in my basement, in my sports room, because when you were a season ticket holder back when they lost to Carolina, you bought finals tickets.
Oh,
and
they were paper tickets back then.
They were paper tickets. I had tickets to Stanley Cup Final games that did not happen. The Cincinnati Bengals were very mad about that. Sorry. I'm going to settle that old score forever. Are you able to do it out there? 803-0550. Are you able to really picture it and think about it the same way? Because I don't do it anymore.
I'm trying to think of the last time I would have done it, because it just feels like a totally different planet.
Yeah.
The hockey that is being played right now in this series, and where the Sabres have been for 14 years, and even beyond that, back to 2007. Maybe that is the answer. Maybe I have not done it since I believed they had a team that could actually win the whole thing. And even when they made the playoffs a couple of times after Drury and Briere leave, I don't remember thinking myself that I don't remember in picturing them winning it with that team in 2010 or 2011. Like, I don't remember doing that. So, could I do it? I don't know. Like, I'd like to. I'd like to be able to do it. I'd like to try to imagine what it would be like. But it's the trouble with that is it's been so long since you've even had a playoff game that I have trouble even imagining what it would be like for them to be in the playoffs, because it's been so long I don't even really remember it. I remember it to some extent, like the feelings of it and going down to the arena, even if you don't have a ticket, for Party in the Plaza, and like what that is like with the big screen out there.
Speaking of which,
what the arena is like for a playoff game, where, again, like, I guess I kind of remember everyone, making noise every time there's a hit.
Yeah.
Like, imagine that, where you get up and clap or get up and make noise during a Sabre game now, once every 8 minutes of a game? Once every 10 minutes of a game, maybe there's something to get up and cheer about. Whereas in a playoff game, 3 times a minute, because there's hits all the time and the energy in the place. I almost got to get back to remembering what that is like before I can step to, man, imagine them in the finals against Edmonton. What that would feel like. You're hosting. You're hosting a playoff game. Here's the Oilers, and it's the final. And everybody's like, that's so foreign.
It does feel foreign. And another part of the question would be, if they were to make it again, do you think you'd start to think that again, or would it be a little bit more like the Bills breaking their drought? They go to Jacksonville, and we're all just happy.
Yeah.
But no one at that point thought of Sean McDermott and the Bills as a team that was going to start to contend for Super Bowls. They were as far away as the Sabres are now.
Yeah.
In football, you need one player above all to get you thinking you can do it. In hockey, I don't know. It seems so far away. I was thinking about Edmonton last night, and there's McDavid and Drysaitl. Everybody says, oh, what if the Sabres had won that lottery? What if they had taken Drysaitl?
Mm-hmm. Is that Reinhart?
Would anything be different? Would anything be different if they take Drysaitl instead of Reinhart? Because he's, of course, an excellent player.
Mm-hmm.
If it's Drysaitl and Eichel for 2 years, is it different? And that doesn't... I don't even like when people do that with McDavid and Eichel, because it seems like you're defending the organization.
Right.
But the thought came to me last night. I was thinking back last night, here's Edmonton. How are they going to win the Stanley Cup if they do? Among other things, a ton of high picks. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins is like a high pick.
Yeah. First.
Number 1 overall.
Yeah.
I'm old enough to remember when Edmonton was the poster child for why picking at the top wasn't all it's cracked up to be.
Mm-hmm.
And then what do? They just kept doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And now, back-to-back Cup Finals.
They made a couple smart, savvy moves around those two, which was needed because, hey, listen, like, those two have been elite players for a long time now. This is year 10 for McDavid, right, in the NHL. We got a decade of this guy being in the league, and it's only really in the last 3 years that they've seen the level of success that they're experiencing now, where they're winning series, they're making it to the finals. In the first, you go from 2015 to 2021, so that's what? That's 6 years, the first 6 years of McDavid's career, and they won one playoff series in 6 years, and missed the playoffs, three times in that. That's not a great operation. That to me is more, well, you just got the two of the best players in the world, and you can't miss the playoffs that many times with that. Maybe that's what it would be. And I don't know that they would ever take the jump to where the Oilers have gotten now. If they had picked Drysaitl, who Reinhart's a great player. Drysaitl is a better player.
Yep.
They would probably be that at minimum. It would be, over a 6-year period, those players are too good for you to miss every year. So there'd be no drought. Doesn't mean you would be making deep runs like this, but there wouldn't be a drought. I think I would feel comfortable saying that.
803-0550, our phone number, if you want to chime in on any of this. Edmonton wins last night. It's got me thinking about the Sabres. I thought Edmonton's party in the Plaza was kind of weak. I thought it was kind of weak.
There weren't a ton of people.
There were not a ton of people.
Yeah. Remember, did you see Winnipeg's when they were in it in like the second round?
Yep.
Where they had that one street and it's like back, like as far as you can see. How many, like the people in the back can't even see the TV. You don't even know what they're doing there.
I'm sure the bars were full in Edmonton. And of course the building's full and there's a lot of energy, but.
Yeah, a little strange though. Because we would expect, wouldn't you expect the next time the Sabres play a playoff game that whole plaza will be full?
I don't know about that. There's half the question there would be, do we have to think they can win it? Because if they make it as the 7 seed or the 8 seed, which we would all consider a great success, and the drought's over, and let's get some playoff hockey, that would be fun. This is kind of my relating it to the Bills and when they broke their drought. We were just happy to be there. And the thing about...
That's right, but very quickly, remember how many Bills fans went down to Jacksonville for that game.
I know.
There was a lot of, like, all right, let's go. And I can't imagine any of those people going down there thought that Tyrod Taylor was about to lead them to the Super Bowl.
No, but they could win that game. It's one game,
right,
and you're going to a Bills playoff game.
It was Blake Bortles.
And it's Florida. And what I would say about Party in the Plaza right now is the last 4 times the Sabres made the playoffs, because they've made it 4 times in the last 20 years or whatever.
Sure.
It was
25 years.
Right, 25 years, 4 times. It was 05-06. We watched them be one of the best teams in hockey, and we thought this team can win the whole thing. We thought that.
Yep.
And they win in the first round. They score a bunch of goals. They're an exciting team. 06-07, they win the President's Trophy. That team can win the Cup. The next 2 years, the first one, wire-to-wire division champs. 3 seed, right?
Yep.
They're good.
The goalie's the best on the planet.
Yep. This team can do some damage. And then even the last time, best team in the league from the second half of the season on. From the day that Pagula took over, they were red hot. They were supposed to miss, and they got super hot. Maybe we thought, what I'm getting at is, would we all, if they made it, would we all just get caught up in the moment, or would we all just have the happy to be there kind of routine? Because those parties in the Plaza, the reason people are going nuts is because people think this team can win the Stanley Cup. I mean, that's 05, 06, 06, 07. It's more than just playoffs. It's our year, our time. And I don't know if this team makes it as the 8 seed, we get that same level of buy-in. I'm sure there'd be people that'd be very happy. The Bandits, they packed the Plaza for what? Championships. It's game 3 of the finals, and here we go. The Bandits are going to win the title at home. I don't know. I'm all twisted up about what we would do if they make it, because earlier this week I told you that making the playoffs would feel like getting promoted to another league.
That's where I feel like I don't think you need the championship part of it, where it's part of it because of the drought, because it's been so long, and because I just think fans would be so... The euphoria of just being back at all would just sweep over everybody.
Yeah, just happiness in general.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure if it matters who your opponent would be, but imagine you're playing Toronto in the first round, or maybe you're playing Florida. Maybe you're playing Florida, and
you're trying to shock the world.
Let's shock the world.
Let's be Columbus over Tampa.
In reality, it's like, this is going to be tough to pull this one off. And maybe there wouldn't be a lot of belief that you will, but just... You're back. You're back. You're in the league again. Feels like you're in the league again. And, when the weather gets nice, when's the last time you went down to the arena in shorts? I just want to do it for that. I think people would not be able to control themselves. And even if they didn't think there was any chance they could win the cup, they'd still show up and they would still... I think the place would be rocking, and I think the building outside would be full also. And that's I think just making it. I think that's really all it will take because people are just starving for it.
Yeah, it's such a town that wants them to be good. I mean, go back 2 years ago when Levi's on that run, it felt not quite magical, but it felt like it used to feel. Every night, like, we got to watch this game. They're still alive. Is this kid? They're going back to the kid. Is he going to do it again? And had they made the playoffs that year, it would have been bonkers to make it that year. And Florida would have missed. 803-0550 and said Florida went to the Cup Final. 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. We'll do an NBA Finals preview today at 9 o'clock with Steve Ashburner, NBA.com senior writer Steve Ashburner. We fire him a call every once in a while, and he says sure. So NBA Finals preview with Game 1 between Oklahoma City and Indiana is tonight. We'll get to that. It's Thursday. It's beautiful outside. Yesterday was beautiful. I was told there's going to be rain this weekend, but right now, I mean, you can't ask for better weather than you're getting right now. 62. I love mornings like this. Mornings like this remind me of the 100 Holes, which is, by the way, 3 weeks from today.
That reminds me of when we are sitting by ourselves in an empty St. John Fisher under that pavilion, and just the fresh air is sweeping over you. And it's also not... Well, sometimes there it can be like really hot and sticky, but usually not that early.
Usually before the sun's up are pretty good. Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Can you envision the Sabres, in a game like last night? Can you still do it? You can give us a ring on that if you'd like. Jeremy and Joe, your calls, bunch of other stuff to get to throughout the day. Again, Steve Ashburner, NBA Finals preview. Got a bunch of stuff. We've got as a goalie because, of course, we had a controversial call last night. We'll see what Owen thinks about that non-interference call and plenty more. Give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR. McDavid in this game, he didn't score. He had a couple points, right? Yeah. And he was a difference maker, of course. I mean, he made 2 incredible primary assists in this game. But he was not exactly God mode in that he didn't score. He had a couple of, incredible chances.
He had a great assist.
He got a great assist. Stuart Skinner was great in this game. It was everything you thought it would be, I guess. It was a great game 1. If this series didn't have you before, maybe you watched some last night and it has you now. I mean, I thought it was a great game 1. And I thought Edmonton looked like the better team the whole time. I mean, Edmonton controlled the game pretty much the entire game.
There was a stretch in the second where Florida took over, but that wasn't, it might have been 5 to 8 minutes at most. I felt like almost the entirety of the rest of the game was the Oilers, that they were buzzing around. They look like the faster team, and the Panthers are going to try to wear them down, right? And they're going to try to bump them at every turn and slow them down. They really, their game plan on McDavid is so clear. It's not right there in front of you. I mean, it is, but you're always watching the puck. I would just advise anyone watching these games just for like a minute. The next time McDavid's on the ice, just watch McDavid away from the puck and watch how many times he gets bumped by the Panthers. Like, their whole plan is, ref's not even looking over here, so we got to get in his way like 4 times before he gets to full speed and prevent him from doing that. So they're playing a very different style, I think the Panthers are. And last night, I don't know, it felt like the Oilers could move all around almost the entirety of the game. Like, it wasn't working the same way. Like, they were shedding... It's almost like they were press coverage, where you jam them right at the line of scrimmage, and the Oilers were running their routes like to just release at the line of scrimmage.
So, McDavid tonight, is there it's very possible that we and Bills fans and we Bills fans, we basically look at everything and say, is this Josh Allen? Right? Like the meme of the butterfly. Is this Josh Allen? When Rory wins the Masters, what did a lot of people say? it felt like the Bills getting a win. Here's a guy that's been chasing this thing forever. Maybe it felt like Allen. Everybody knows he's great. It's the thing he hasn't won yet. He's got to win it. And I remember last year talking about this series, we would say, McDavid and Allen, are they kind of the same here? They're the best, and maybe the difference is that Allen isn't as much better than his peers as McDavid is against his.
Right.
McDavid is far and away, I think, number one, and Allen is arguably number one. So,
yeah, that's right.
Are they similar, though? And then if you got a McDavid win, you would think, all right, that's a win for the guys that are supposed to win. As you lay that out about, you don't want to hear he's overrated because he doesn't have any rings, you are, by association, talking about Dan Marino and maybe Josh Allen until he gets one. Right? You want guys to get one that have deserved one.
If you were to, at the beginning of the year, on January 1st, put a parlay in for, hey, this is going to be the year, I'm going to bet every guy that hasn't won one that we know is amazing to win one. You would have bet Rory to win the Masters, right? You would have bet McDavid to win the Stanley Cup Final, and you would have picked either Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen to win the Super Bowl. And I for that, me personally would have picked Josh Allen to win it. So, and maybe in the NBA you would have picked somebody, I don't know who, but you would have picked those. You would have picked those three. You would have picked Rory, you would have picked McDavid, and you would have picked Josh Allen.
Yeah,
to all win it.
Yeah,
and one's one down, two's very close. And the third one's getting a lot of picks to do it. A lot of picks to do it. The Oilers win Game 1 over the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup Final. Leon Drysaitl scoring with 31 seconds to go in the first overtime period to win it. Edmonton takes the game. Next up, Game 2 on Friday night, tomorrow at 8 o'clock. You can listen to that game right here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR is presented by Fiegel Car & Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Tonight, Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Indiana and Oklahoma City, 8:30. As the Thunder are a massive favorite for the series. They're a 9.5-point favorite for Game 1 tonight. To football. The Dolphins have been rebuffing efforts by the Steelers to trade for tight end Jonnu Smith. There's a report from ESPN yesterday they would like to hang on to Jonnu Smith. In Kansas City, wide receiver Rashee Rice, who tore his knee up last year during the regular season, has been a full participant at Chiefs OTAs and is expected to be ready for training camp and the regular season. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
They've done it all run, honestly. Our depth has won us a crazy amount of hockey games in the last couple months here. You know, they're all going to get a little bit more time, and they're all going to, get their looks a little bit more. So I think they're all excited. Obviously, we're going to miss Heimo. There's no secret about that. But I think we got the guys in here to, compensate in a way.
Leon Drysaitl after his game winner in Game 1.
Leon Drysaitl at Hockey Reference has 6 nicknames.
Oh. King Leo.
No, just Leo, though.
Okay, Leo. Dry guy.
Dry is one of them.
Dry. Okay.
Although, so I bet these are pronounced differently. There's Dry, D-R-A-I, and then there's
Dr. Dre.
Dr. Dre, also spelled D-R-A-I. But I bet that one's pronounced Dre, I would assume.
Okay.
So you got that one. Neon Leon.
All right.
Drat. And the Deutschland Dangler.
That's the best one.
The Deutschland, that's a T-shirt.
That's the best one.
That one's a T-shirt.
That's a proper nickname.
The Deutschland Dangler.
Yes.
I don't hear it enough.
It's the first time I've ever heard it.
It's pretty good. He has scored 50 goals 3 of the last 4 years.
Talk about a guy that's overshadowed, you know?
Yeah, is he given he's only this good because he plays with McDavid treatment at all?
I don't think so. I think he is
it more of a Malkin situation where everyone knows he's amazing, we just don't really talk about it a lot because
I think it's more
the other guy exists.
I think it's more of that. I saw yesterday Sam Perkins of what show are they on? NBA.
NBA Today?
Sure. He's talking about
NBA Live?
Yeah, he's talking about a couple years back when no, not Sam Perkins. Who's
Kendrick Perkins?
Thank you. Sam Perkins.
I didn't know who Sam Perkins was.
No, Sam Perkins is a former Seattle Supersonic who. Anyway, yes, Kendrick Perkins. Thank you. I always do that. Kendrick Perkins talking about. I'm actually going to relate this to McDavid and Drysaitl. So follow me here for just 1 second. That when Oklahoma City was awesome 10 years ago.
Yeah.
With Durant and Westbrook and Harden, that all fell apart because when they went to the Olympics, all the guys on the Olympic team told Harden, "You got to get your own team. You can't stay there. You've got to get your own team." Yeah. And when they all came back from the Olympics, Durant was telling Perk, like, "We're going to trade him because he got it in his head. He needs his own. He needs to step out of our shadow."
Yeah,
and. If you think about that in the NBA, we went through that super team era, and now we're kind of not in that same super team era.
Not for a few years.
Yeah. So with Drysaitl, he and McDavid, not to say hockey players are ones to do that, or it's not quite the same. Bo Byram is a little bit of this. Bo Byram doesn't want the role he has. Mm-hmm. The reports on him are he wants to be a number one defenseman. So money, this or that. I think I can be the best on a team. Mm-hmm. And for Drysaitl to play with McDavid in his shadow, I guess. I mean, they're two, titans of the sport. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know, it just made me think about that, about how sometimes a player isn't comfortable not getting that kind of pub. But then again, if you're playing with McDavid, it's probably good for you. Mm-hmm. I'd imagine he's fun to play with.
I would imagine so. And he gets the money, right?
Yeah.
$14 million a year. So he got the payday. You don't see that as often in hockey. I mean, Malkin never left. He still hasn't left.
Right.
He is still there. He was a free agent like 2 years ago, and everyone's like, okay, this is probably when it happens. Like, no, I'm just going to stay. I'm going to stick around and play with Crosby my entire career. And he's probably underrated for it. There was a controversy a couple years ago when the NHL Top 100 list came out, and wait, how is Evgeny Malkin not on? Whatever. So a guy could be underrated, I think, going through his career being like that, because really, if he is on, Toronto and he's the best player, or he's on Boston and he's the best player, he would be, whenever it comes up, who are the best players in the sport, the first names I always rattle off are, McDavid's easily number one, and then McKinnon is right there. McKinnon is the guy I get to right away. And even for me, if Draisaitl played on a different team, maybe he would pop into my mind a lot quicker.
Yeah.
He's the second best player in the world. He might be, and he might not get mentioned for that as much as McKinnon would.
McKinnon definitely gets more mention
because McKinnon has his own team. He's won also,
yes,
which helps. But the numbers pretty close. The impact, all the value stuff shows that they're pretty close. Those two.
803-0550 is our phone number. 1-888-550-2550. Kind of started today asking if you think about the Sabres and the Stanley Cup still. It's obviously quite a ways away. But with the Bills, I think about I'll just be driving down the street and I'll be in a daydream about being at a parade. That happens to me all the time. And for the Sabres, I used to do that, and I don't. I do wonder about their offseason, how interesting it will be, because I think we are going in with expectations the Sabres will have an interesting offseason where they might, maybe they make the move that again, they're probably more desperate for this, that the Bills didn't, where there's a wow kind of move. Yeah. The Bills offseason didn't feature one of those. They just, kind of ate their vegetables, made picks at positions of need, signed middle free agents, and kind of, let's run it back to some degree with some, added reinforcements. For the Sabres, there's that Frank Saravelli report that Kevin Adams is calling everybody saying, we're open for business. Give us some ideas. What do you want to do? We'll do anything. Yeah. So maybe we get something interesting. Whether it's contract extensions, Peterka is going to be the most interesting one because the talks on Peterka would be happening now. And the Sabres would be navigating for the next 4 or 5 weeks. Yeah. Sign him, see what offers are out there, see what we can get to replace a player of that ability if, in fact, we are going to trade him.
Right. Well, because how many guys would you consider to be safe? Safe from all the potential big swinging trades that Adams could be talking about. Who is safe from it?
How many should be safe? The over-under is 2.5.
I think the under 2.
2 should be safe?
Yeah. Dahlin and Tage. They should be the only 2 that are completely safe. Yeah.
I think Tuck should be on that list. I think he's an important piece of a good hockey team, and I don't think you want to let that guy go.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I guess I'm combining 2 points for this. I guess I wonder how solid it is that he's just going to sign an extension with them.
That's the thing. If he's going to leave,
or even if they feel like there's a chance of that.
Yeah.
Because he's valuable. There were rumors last year before the trade deadline that I think was it Tampa? Right? Yeah, Tampa. And maybe there was another team that they were calling Kevin Adams relentlessly because why? This dude's 29 years old. He's a veteran. He's good at all ends of the ice. He scores. He's the best forechecker in the league. He's led the league in shorthanded goals. So he is the exact player the Sabres would want and should want to hold on to. So yes, if he was under contract, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
He's also from here, but every time this comes up, I always wonder about him being in Vegas. That he was in Vegas. He has been in the finals. He has played in 80 playoff games. He knows what that looks like. And does his hometown, which isn't even really official, it's Syracuse. It's not like he's from, West Seneca, or he's not from a couple streets down from the arena. Does him playing for his childhood team overrate the desire to get back to where you've been before? You know what that life is like. And I don't know what his desires might be on that front. He could sign 6 seconds into July 1st, though. And I also wouldn't be stunned on a 7-year deal or something long term. So I wouldn't put him on the list. I'd put Tage on the list. I'd put Dahlin on the list. That's it.
Yeah, those are the other. Those are clearly the 2 that you need to hold on to.
If Kevin Adams were to tell you the list is 1 player long, would you be upset?
No. Dahlin.
What if he said there are no safe players? Would you be upset?
I mean,
I would not be happy.
I guess I would be because I can't believe
that they would ever trade Dahlin. You think Dahlin is
but I can't believe that they'd ever trade Dahlin for a trade that I would like.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever winning a trade with Dahlin.
Sure, right now I could tell you, if you could get Quinn Hughes for Rasmus Dahlin in a hockey trade with Vancouver, I'm in. But that's not what that's going to look like, right?
No, probably not. We've seen what happens when these big trades happen where the best player goes out and you get pieces in return. It looks like a lot, but it ends up not being a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sabres are very lucky to have gotten Tage out of the O'Reilly deal because the rest of it is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And the Eichel deal got them Tuck, and the rest of it is
nothing.
Almost nothing.
A 4th liner.
The Reinhart deal got them Levi
and Kulik.
And a first who
you got to get a little lucky on that. The 28th overall pick, has he already exceeded the average expectation of a 28th overall pick?
Yeah.
Maybe not yet, but he'll get there probably.
803-0550, our phone number. Anyway, talking a little Sabres today. 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, you can join us on YouTube. jump on the feed. Jump on the YouTube feed. Like and subscribe on YouTube and
compete for the Purple Crown.
Yeah, the Purple Crown. A lot of people are, when I'm walking around town these days, are referring to me as 4-time Purple Crown champion because I've had the Purple Crown in the chat 4 times.
You have?
Ranked number 1, yeah. I'm like a dynasty.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. You just comment a bunch of times in the chat and you'll get the crown.
You've had the Purple Crown 4 times already?
Well, there's a new crown every hour.
Oh, I see. Okay. I thought the leaderboard was over the course of the day.
No, it's hour to hour.
It's hour to hour?
Every hour, your own crown ratings reset.
Really?
Yeah, you got to be on your grind. You got to win that Purple Crown on the YouTube chat every hour.
I didn't realize
I've been distracted enough a couple days to do it. It's probably why I swore on the air earlier in the week because I was distracted.
That should have been we should have been vacating titles the second that happened.
Yeah, you might be right about that. 803-0550. Give us a ring, 1-888-550-2550, the phone number. One quick thing, when we get back, we might have been a bit silly to say that Rory winning the Masters would be like the Bills winning the Super Bowl. Come on, guys. How would you connect those two things? Turns out Rory made a connection like that this week. I'll tell you what he said next. Let me ask you this about the Stanley Cup Final. I can picture the Bills in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. I will just be driving around and I will think about the Bills winning the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Does anybody still do that with the Sabres and the Stanley Cup? Can you still conjure it up? Can you do it? The way that maybe you used to be able to do it when the Sabres were in the conference finals back-to-back years. Sure. You're making the foil cups, you're bringing them to the arena. Does anybody still have the ability to picture it, to think about it? I used to have framed Stanley Cup Final tickets in my basement, in my sports room, because when you were a season ticket holder back when they lost to Carolina, you bought finals tickets.
Oh,
and
they were paper tickets back then.
They were paper tickets. I had tickets to Stanley Cup Final games that did not happen. The Cincinnati Bengals were very mad about that. Sorry. I'm going to settle that old score forever. Are you able to do it out there? 803-0550. Are you able to really picture it and think about it the same way? Because I don't do it anymore.
I'm trying to think of the last time I would have done it. Because it just feels like a totally different planet.
Yeah.
The hockey that is being played right now in this series and where the Sabres have been for 14 years and even beyond that, back to 2007. Maybe that is the answer. Maybe I have not done it since I believed they had a team that could actually win the whole thing. And even when they made the playoffs a couple of times after Drury and Briere leave, I don't remember thinking myself that I don't remember in picturing them winning it with that team in 2010 or 2011. Like, I don't remember doing that. So, could I do it? I don't know. Like, I'd like to. I'd like to be able to do it. I'd like to try to imagine what it would be like.
McDavid in this game, he didn't score. He had a couple points, right?
Yeah.
And he was a difference maker, of course. I mean, he made 2 incredible primary assists in this game. But he was not exactly God mode in that he didn't score. He had a couple of, incredible chances.
He had a great assist.
He got a great assist. Stuart Skinner was great in this game. It was everything you thought it would be, I guess. It was a great game 1.
Yep.
If this series didn't have you before, maybe you watched some last night and it has you now. I mean, I thought it was a great game 1. And I thought Edmonton looked like the better team the whole time. I mean, Edmonton controlled the game pretty much the entire game.
There was a stretch in the second where Florida took over, but that wasn't, it might have been 5 to 8 minutes at most. I felt like almost the entirety of the rest of the game was the Oilers, that they were buzzing around. They looked like the faster team, and the Panthers are going to try to wear them down, right? And they're going to try to bump them at every turn and slow them down. They really, their game plan on McDavid is so clear. It's not right there in front of you. I mean, it is, but you're always watching the puck. I would just advise anyone watching these games just for like a minute. The next time McDavid's on the ice, just watch McDavid away from the puck and watch how many times he gets bumped by the Panthers. Like, their whole plan is, ref's not even looking over here, so we got to get in his way like 4 times before he gets to full speed and prevent him from doing that. So they're playing a very different style, I think the Panthers are. And last night, I don't know, it felt like the Oilers could move all around almost the entirety of the game. Like, it wasn't working the same way. Like, they were shedding. It's almost like they were press coverage, you know, where you jam them right at the line of scrimmage, and the Oilers were running their routes like to just release at the line of scrimmage.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. So I teased going to the break. Rory McIlroy said something interesting. When he won the Masters, you know, we talked about it a little bit like, hey, if Rory wins the Masters, the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl, right? Because the team that's great, that hasn't won the thing that they should win, there's a tie in there for some of us that, you know, try to look for those things. So this week, he said, quote, if I can win the Masters, then the blank can win the blank. You know who it was?
Was it Bills can win the Super Bowl?
No. Unfortunately.
Was it...
You might think that, though.
Was it that the Oilers can win the Cup?
The Leafs can win the Stanley Cup.
The Leafs can win the Cup.
He's up RBC Canadian Open this week, right? TPC Toronto.
Right, yes.
He was gifted a Maple Leafs jersey by CEO Keith Pelley and said, if I can win the Masters, the Leafs can win the Stanley Cup.
Isn't that just something you say when they're being
nice?
Gifted the jersey?
Oh, then
you're just being nice. Yeah.
Okay, in that case,
if
he's going to say that when you give him a jersey,
you went to a house party, they invited you in. Here's a bottle of wine. You know, like you got to be nice.
Let's get stupid. Kevin Adams drives to Toronto today and gives him a Sabres jersey, and says, "Here, say the thing, say it."
You don't have to say cup, just say playoffs.
Rory, come on, say it.
Yeah.
Here's the jersey.
Yeah.
Were you just being nice?
Uh-huh.
Do us a solid. Anyway, I thought that was funny.
They could win the Cup.
Yeah, the Leafs, sure. Wait till they give Sam Bennett.
I don't know what they're going to look like going forward.
They're going to give Sam Bennett $30 million a year. He scored last night.
And Marchand.
And Marchand.
They're going to sign Bennett and Marchand. And they're not going to pay Marner.
And they'll probably win a bunch.
That's gonna go, like if Marner's not there, we're just assuming they'll be just as good. He did lead them in scoring, like what, 2 of the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So if he walks, and by the way, there was like a rumor drop yesterday report about Marner that like maybe what's going to cause this to end is that he was ready. He was not ready to resign. They were still maybe not, the same on money, but that his desire was to stay, and then the Leafs asked him to waive his no trade clause for Carolina, and that's like, oh, so you're done, huh? You were going to if I said yes, I'm done, I was going to be gone. And that might cause him to end up leaving here.
I think the big part of that was that his wife was just about to have their first baby too, and the Leafs came to him like, "Hey, move to another country for us." Like, that's probably a pretty tough thing to ask a guy that's from there and played there for as long as Marner has.
Yeah, that might cause the divorce here.
Fractured a pretty
between Marner and the Leafs. I've seen that his top destination is Vegas, that he wants to. Not just that they'll want it.
Of course it is.
But he will want to go to Vegas.
Of course it is.
Everybody wants to go to Vegas.
Listen, if I were a 27-year-old hockey player that could score 100 points in the league, I'd want to go to Vegas too. Probably.
I would just pick where are they having the most fun? I'd like to go
and
there.
It very clearly appears that Vegas is one of like a couple places.
Yep.
Yeah.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. If you'd like to join us, throw a phone call our way. We've got open lines for you on anything, Sabres, Bills. Last night's Edmonton overtime win. They were down 2 goals. They're down 3-1 in that game. Mm-hmm. And Stuart Skinner stayed in the net and played pretty well and got them a win. You can give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe, Evan producing. Owen Parker's here as well, running the YouTube stream. You can pop on there, pop on the phone lines if you'd like. And, we'll chat NBA with Steve Ashburner, senior writer, NBA.com, on a finals preview coming up 9 o'clock. Plenty more time for your calls in between here on WGR. This year, they will have expectations that are high. The roadmap really is such that, anything outside of what is a disappointing season? Are we at making the Super Bowl? We've talked Super Bowl or bust in the past.
Yeah.
And I always say, what is or bust? I have trouble with that. But it really does feel like this time around, everything that has lined up for them, they got to stay healthy. That's a big part of it during the actual season, but everything's lined up. The schedule, the division, the other divisions that you're competing with, they look like they're meat grinders. Yours doesn't. Get the 1 seed, get some home games, beat those good teams that you'd struggle to beat in the playoffs. That's the Chiefs, really. And maybe the Bengals, and you did beat the Ravens, but I feel like McDermott is super safe. I won't change that for quite some time. But it's not like the pressure isn't going up this year. McDavid in this game, he didn't score. He had a couple points, right? Yeah. And he was a difference maker, of course. He made 2 incredible primary assists in this game. But he was not exactly God mode in that he didn't score. He had a couple of, incredible chances.
He had a great assist.
He got a great assist. Stuart Skinner was great in this game. It was everything you thought it would be, I guess. It was a great game 1. If this series didn't have you before, maybe you watched some last night and it has you now. I thought it was a great game 1. And I thought Edmonton looked like the better team the whole time. Edmonton controlled the game pretty much the entire game.
There was a stretch in the second where Florida took over, but that wasn't, it might have been 5 to 8 minutes at most. I felt like almost the entirety of the rest of the game was the Oilers, that they were buzzing around. They looked like the faster team, and the Panthers are going to try to wear them down, right? And they're going to try to bump them at every turn and slow them down. They really, their game plan on McDavid is so clear. It's not right there in front of you. It is, but you're always watching the puck. I would just advise anyone watching these games just for like a minute, the next time McDavid's on the ice, just watch McDavid away from the puck and watch how many times he gets bumped by the Panthers. Like, their whole plan is, ref's not even looking over here, so we got to get in his way like 4 times before he gets to full speed and prevent him from doing that. So they're playing a very different style, I think the Panthers are. And last night, I don't know, it felt like the Oilers could move all around almost the entirety of the game. Like, it wasn't working the same way. Like, they were shedding, it's almost like they were press coverage where you jam them right at the line of scrimmage, and the Oilers were running their routes like to just release at the line of scrimmage. Edmonton takes game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final at home. They were down 3-1. They tied the game in the third. They win it with 31 seconds to go in the first overtime period. Leon Drysaitl getting the winner on the power play after Thomas Nosek of the Panthers had put a puck out of play for a delay of game. Game 2 is going to be Friday night at 8 o'clock. You can listen to that game right here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR is presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. To the NBA Finals, they get rolling tonight. Game 1 in Oklahoma City, the Pacers and the Thunder. The Thunder are a big favorite in the series. Tip-off tonight is at 8:30. To the NFL, Rashee Rice is practicing in full for the Kansas City Chiefs after tearing his ACL last year, and he is expected to be ready for the start of the season. There have been trade talks for about a week now between the Dolphins and the Steelers about tight end Jonnu Smith, but ESPN reports that the Dolphins' desire is to hang on to Smith at least for the next year. Whether or not they want to pay him is a different question. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Puck sent back out to the left point. Wallman on it there. Save by Bobrovsky. Then running. Drysaitl scores! Leon Drysaitl just a minute, 6 seconds into game 1.
Leon Drysaitl opens and closes the scoring last night. First goal of the game, just a little over a minute in. Overtime winner, 30 seconds left in the first overtime. Had a funny comment on Twitter, someone pointing out, think of all the millions of people that Leon Draisaitl just gave them at least an extra 30 minutes of sleep. I am one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not,
Everyone
though.
should be thanking Leon.
I might have gone to bed anyway. I probably would have gone to bed. It wasn't that late.
Because you don't even know it's going to end in double overtime.
No.
It could have gone all night.
Yes.
In theory, it could technically go forever.
Yeah, I got the 20-minute wait for it to start again.
Yeah.
And then, and those are fun times, obviously, but man, for an independent observer that doesn't care that much who wins, and I want Edmonton to win it, but the alarm it rings early for us, and for those of you that are up with us right now, these late nights, it can be tough.
You asked in the first hour, could I envision the Sabres playing in a game like that last night? I tried to do it, but I tried to do it in a different way. I tried to do it imagining individual players on their team in a game like that last night. Like, can I imagine Dahlin in a gold beard playing in a final like that? I feel like I can kind of envision that.
Sure.
I had a lot of trouble with some of their other guys, though. Like, even Tage, to some extent. I don't know why. Or really almost anybody else. Like, Dahlin, I feel like I could see it. But almost anybody else that's on that team right now, just like, I don't know. Is it because they're so young? And am I just doing a thing with playoff beards right now? Can you envision this Sabre, like Owen Power, is so young? It's like, he's not going to be Aaron Ekblad with this big grizzly, playoff beard, cross-checking dudes from behind in the final. Dahlin, though, I feel like I can kind of envision it. I can envision him playing in a game like that. In a Sabre uniform, by the way. I'm not just doing the former Sabres leave here and will thrive elsewhere, because that would definitely happen if he ever wasn't here. Which there was one day in the spring where we talked about that.
About Dahlin not being here?
Yeah.
Because he had the
Bissonnette thing?
Yeah, he had the meeting with the GM, and then, it was reported to be not true. But he did meet with the GM to discuss the future of the franchise. Like, that would have been something that happened. That part wasn't disputed. There was a meeting. What was disputed was Bissonnette's report that he might want out if things don't change quickly.
Yep. I won't lie to you. The seed was planted in my mind that day about, there's no urgency on this right now, but that there's a time where that becomes more of a conversation if they keep losing and losing and losing.
And Bissonnette walked that back, basically kind of took it back.
Well, right, and Friedman said that's who he got it from me, kind of.
Yeah.
He basically said, that one's on me.
Little bit.
He would have talked to Bissonnette about something. But even that sounded more or less like... Friedman never said that it wasn't true. He just said, that's on me that it...
Little miscommunication.
Dahlin
did not represent that I want out if things don't turn around. Yeah, it was
right.
Just, it
was didn't really say that, everything that Bissonnette said was wrong.
Right.
Parts of it. But not that the whole thing was. Either way, just it wasn't the time for that to be out there, maybe even in the first place. That there was a meeting, let alone just any branch off of that. Because you know exactly what's going to happen when a story like that comes out. It's going to be, who wants to trade for Dahlin now? The next Sabre that wants out.
Yeah, and they can't do that, obviously. 803-0550. Started the morning talking about last night's game a little bit if you want it. And also, do you ever really think about the Sabres in games like last night being back in that spot? Of course, they haven't been in the Stanley Cup Final since 1999, but they were close a couple times. And do you think about it that way? For the Bills, it's June 5th. I'll think about the Super Bowl 10 times today. Just 10 times. And then...
Who are they playing when you're thinking about that Super Bowl?
The Eagles. Right now, that's who they're playing.
The Eagles?
Yeah, they're playing the Eagles. Right now, they're playing... If I'm thinking about it, they're playing the Lions a lot.
That's the one that I think would be the coolest if they got there. Yeah.
Bills wrap minicamp today. I've got a James Cook...
OTAs.
Sorry, OTAs. Yeah. Minicamp tomorrow. I'm ahead of myself on James Cook here. I've got a James Cook point to make, if you'll allow it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to refer to this as the James Cook trap.
Okay.
And it's not, if they sign him, that's a trap. This is all I want to do with this. I think that Cook is valuable. I would like him on the team. I don't think they're going to pay him 15. I think they would pay him 10, and that might be a good idea. But if they don't, I'm not thinking things are going to go wrong. But I was listening to the afternoon show yesterday, and again, this is a totally fair point to make, but what I want to do is expand it and ask how many different ways we could do this. If you talk about James Cook and you say, listen, he's good, but if he's not on the team, how many games do they win? So I want to have that exercise. First off, how many games are they going to win this year?
13.
13. If James Cook were not on the team, how many games would they win?
13.
Okay. If Spencer Brown were not on the team, how many games would they win?
13.
Okay. Connor McGovern, how many games would they win?
14. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, Connor McGovern. 13.
Okay. Dawkins. Because they said, what they're saying is, we're going to let this person walk and just replace them. By the way, in this scenario, they're not hurt. They are choosing this person to leave, and they are replacing that person next year with someone that they think can do the job. Because in a lot of these Cook scenarios, like, let them walk and then draft a guy. Right. Whether that's Ray Davis, who was drafted last year, Dawkins, 13 wins. How many would they win without Dawkins? Would their over/under move on the gambling markets?
No, not really. Maybe you'd get the smallest little change on, like, when it's like over 12. If it's over 10.5 and it's like minus 120, maybe you'd go up to like, or go down to like minus 105 or like something super small like that. If you don't have Dawkins, I mean, out of respect to him, I almost want to say 12.
I respect you wanting to at this point.
But I don't want to go, even that, I wouldn't go lower than that.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's more than 1.
This exercise is not an attempt to disrespect any player.
I know.
Let's keep going. Khalil Shakir.
13.
Kincaid.
13.
Dawson Knox.
13.
David Edwards.
13. Yep.
Keon Coleman.
13.
Josh Palmer.
Yep.
Elijah Moore.
Yep.
Rousseau.
13.
There's no one player that they could lose other than
Josh
that would actually make you think, if they let that player walk and replace that player with a draft pick in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
Is there any other player on the team? Because the reason I want to do this is every Cook conversation is, guys, they'll win 13 games without him. And all I want to say is that true of 52 players? Or at the lowest estimate, 50?
Right, on some teams, maybe there would. Part of it for me is they don't have a superstar. They don't have a guy that they are so. If the Chiefs lost Chris Jones for the season, how many games would they win? Like, I might dock him a couple games because he is so integral to what they do. And the Bills, it's more intertwined, the whole thing. That though to me doesn't mean that some guys wouldn't be easier to withstand an injury to the others. And also a combination of a couple of guys. Like, for me, if I start losing, this is really how it happens. Your win totals and your expectation doesn't really start changing until it starts to become, all right, now it's 4 injuries.
Sure.
It's 5 injuries.
But I'm not doing injuries. I'm doing planned departure. And replaced. Because that's what Cook would be.
Yeah.
Planned departure and replaced. And if Ray Davis is the starter when Cook leaves, that would be possibly something where they look and say, like, listen, Jimbo's going to be up for a contract. We're probably not going to pay him big money if he puts up big numbers, so let's have some bodies here that we like. And Ray Davis was a 4th-round pick last year that they could have seen this coming.
Right.
So all I'm really trying to get at is it's partially about what you said about replacement of players. Really what it all comes down to is everybody has the most possible faith in the quarterback that you could possibly have.
Yeah.
It's almost like every stat for the Bills is a Josh Allen stat. Like every conversation is a Josh Allen conversation. And that's this too. I'm not telling you that everyone I just named has no value. I think they all, of course, do. And part of the Bills' appeal or part of the Bills' approach is the sum of the parts, right? The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. It's kind of the offense they want to run. It's Allen and a whole that's greater than, who cares if you don't know about Palmer? Who cares if you don't have too much respect for the interior line? Like what they've put together as a full unit has been great, and superstars, schmooperstars, like whatever. I just think the conversation when it turns to Cook, when you start to say that, well, they just win 13 games without him. any single player isolated like that, you probably feel the same. Mm-hmm. So then I get to, all right, well, what's different about the 13? And really, do the 13 matter, or is it the 3 they have to win in the postseason? And the 4 that they have to win in the postseason?
I do think that is different. I do think that it can feel different because your sample size is a lot smaller, and I don't know, it does feel like Cook, though, is coming off of an AFC Championship game where he was, other than Allen, the best player on the Bills. Mm-hmm. What do you have, 130 yards in that game? And he had, of course, the almost iconic touchdown. They would have had to win the game. It would have been an iconic touchdown.
He had 13 for 85 and 2 touchdowns.
Didn't he have a lot receiving?
And he had 49 receiving yards.
There you go. So over 100 yards in the game.
He was huge in that game.
Yeah. So
13. I want to really key in on the 13 for 85.
Yeah.
Isn't that a part of what they really want to be too? You could talk about what they'd win in the regular season. Let's say they get the 1 seed. They run the ball and they want to be a running team. Mm-hmm. And these other teams that want to be a running team, like Philadelphia and Baltimore, they do not say, whoever's up next is fine. Mm-hmm. They say, we need the best guy we can get. And maybe the Bills don't want to pay that amount of money, and they probably should not. But
or maybe if they do, is there room here for they just don't think he is a superstar running back? That's it. Like, they think he's good, but they would attribute more of his success to, well, yeah, you play behind an amazing offensive line and you play in an offense with Josh Allen and you always have light boxes.
Yeah.
Of course you're going to average 5 yards a carry and score 16 touchdowns. And I usually frame the conversation more around, well, the Bills would never want to spend $15 million on a running back. Maybe they would. Maybe the guy just has to be, next year Jonathan Taylor's a free agent.
Thank you. I was just looking up the free agent the free agent running backs next year.
Yeah.
Where if they fall short and they let Cook walk, they're not going to give Cook 15, but they'll give Jonathan Taylor 15.
Right, exactly.
Would they do that?
Would they be saying, okay, you know what, we would spend $15 million on running back, and they're talking about, should we give it to James? Should we go $15 million? And somebody in that room goes, guys, why don't we just give that same amount of money to Jonathan Taylor next year? Now, you are breaking up the room a little bit. How does that feel in the building? Because they are very, sign, develop your players, and, the fabric of the team is very important, and the culture of the team. Would it sit well with everybody on the Bills that this guy worked hard, improved his game, did what the coaches asked of him, did all of that, and then at the end of the day they said, yeah, we think there's another guy who's better than you?
Oh,
and should that even matter to them? There's a very good argument that shouldn't even matter to them, that if some players went, man, it's kind of dirty how they did James there.
Did they not just do that to Mac Hollins to some degree?
Unless Mac Hollins wanted to leave.
Well,
because he's a nomad.
But did everything, and contract time came, and they thought, no thanks. Gabe Davis they did this with. So there's no doubt that they're willing to say, we've got
Tremaine Edmonds.
We've got our limits.
Yeah, but those guys, they never turned around and then threw a big contract. In this hypothetical, maybe is it any different? Maybe it's not. I'm setting it up as
you're saying let a player walk
James,
and pay the position.
Right. We think a dude on another team is worth it. We don't think you're worth it.
Gotcha.
And how that kind of would sit with everybody. Now, again, I don't really think they have to care about it, though, because what would happen in that circumstance? They'd pay Jonathan Taylor, and within a month...
Would they win 13 games?
They're all going to love Jonathan Taylor.
And would they win 13 games? It's the same?
Yes.
But all that matters are the
Are they going to beat the
4.
Chiefs? But are they going to beat the Chiefs in the playoff game?
Dennis in Lockport. Hey, Dennis, good morning.
Hey, I like your game there. Guys, you know what? There's another scenario here, and I'd rather say, how do we do in the playoffs without these guys? Because, honestly, last year, according to every sports analysis guys out there, we weren't even supposed to be in the playoffs because we lost Diggs and Gabe Davis and Poyer and all that. And look how well we did. So the team was able to recover from that, but we got to make sure we go to the playoffs, and that's what we produce. Yes, Cook had a good series, but I think a Jonathan Taylor would do just as well behind that line. And Cook should look at what happened to his brother. His brother was a superstar. he went to a team that didn't support him. And when was the last time we heard about Dalvin Cook?
Well,
that's my point.
Cook, that didn't exactly happen with Cook. Cook got paid. I mean, if he's following his brother's plan, his brother held out, got the big contract, and then was out of the league somewhat soon after that. But Dalvin Cook is a case for James Cook to, hey, do whatever you do to get, a check for $50 million, and then, if your career ends quickly, so be it. Because this league will chew you up and spit you out, especially at the running back position. So, Cook, his time was with the Vikings. The Vikings paid him. Then
I think he had one more good year, and then that was it.
And then he went to Dallas, or no, he did the Jets.
The Jets, and then the Cowboys last year, he's done nothing.
Yeah, but he signed a 5-year, $63 million extension.
Do you have the date on that? When they signed it?
2020.
2020. Okay, so maybe he had 2 years. He had 2 big years after that.
Okay,
but 2 years into a 5-year contract. That is the fabric of running backs. That is why. I like James Cook as a player. The reason I would not pay him if I'm Brandon Beane is that point. You never are going, unless you are Derrick Henry, you are not going to, that contract is never going to be a good idea for you. It's never going to end up working out well. You're going to be eating a dead cap figure in 3 years for $12 million because the guy's 29 years old. He's not any good anymore.
On Dalvin. There's 2 Cooks here. Cash by year for Dalvin Cook. This is the life of a running back, okay? Year 1, $3 million. Year 2, $750,000. Year 3, $1 million. He's 3 years in the league. He holds out. He gets his new contract. Year 4 cash, $16.4 million. Not cap hit, cash. So if you're James Cook and your brother calls you, he says, in my first 3 years, I made less than $5 million. Then I got a check for 16 in one season, or basically not one check, but you know what I'm saying. And he never made close to 16 again, but he got the 16 for a career earnings of $41 million along the way.
Right.
So it's just the players will never get mad at the players for looking to get paid. Every player knows that you're in this professionally to make money. So, that part of it I wouldn't worry about. To your point about Cook and regretting that and dead cap. They're dead cap. I'm kind of arriving at this spot. It is not a thing to be feared. Dead cap is not actually money you pay. It's money you've already paid. The Bills didn't pay Diggs $26 million to not be on the team. That was what their books said. What they did was paid him those $26 million in the previous seasons when he was on the team. So, your cap hit for a player might be $5 million, but you're paying them a lot more than that. And dead cap sometimes it's sold as a mistake, and it is a mistake if you go out and give Russell Wilson $250 million and then cut him in a year. That's a mistake. But for some of these players that you sign, whoever they are, if by year 4 they're done and you're eating $7 million in dead cap, that might have been part of your arithmetic to begin with. Hey, let's just do this so we can have it now. And $7 million dead cap in the year 2030. Let me tell you how much teams should worry about that. Not at all. It's not even a thing. You run up this credit card debt, but you keep getting a higher salary to pay it with. The cap going up so much. These teams like to try to act like they can't spend as much as they do. And what can we do? We got so much dead cap. To a point, it is there as a limiter. But the cap is, whatever. It's so flexible that I think that so many teams would be building that right into any decision that they make.
But part of that's a good counter, and that's a reason why the void year conversation comes up too, because you can really massage all that stuff no matter any way you want.
Joey Bosa will have dead cap next year.
Oh yeah,
if he's gone, he'll have a cap hit of 7.2.
Right.
Dead cap
to not be on, and that's pre-planned because they know that. Unless he signs an extension.
Right. So that's the kind of thing where it's not a mistake. It's what they decide to do. His base salary this year is 3. His cap hit is 5.3.
I guess then it's not just that though for me. It's also you don't know when he's not going to be good anymore. And you can say that about any player, but running back, it just happens so quickly when the wheels start to fall off. And how much pressure would they feel like they're under to keep going out with him as the starter when they probably could do a bunch of things that would be a lot better Even, like, I guess if I knew, hey, they've got it in them and they have a desire like to have a star running back in this offense now because they play offense differently.
Yep.
That when Brian Daboll's the offensive coordinator and they're throwing the ball 75% of the time, that in that offense, no, we're not paying a running back. But now, now they're running it more. And now the line is really good. And they just saw what happened with Saquon Barkley. And they might think, we want a little bit of that. And they have a little bit of that. But maybe they want all of that. Maybe they want a Barkley. And I would say to that, okay, then James Cook's not your guy.
Right.
He's a good running back, a very good running back, but if you want to explode your run game the way that the Eagles did last year, then you're looking for a freak running back. And there are only a couple.
Yeah.
There's Henry, there's Barkley, and McCaffrey when he's healthy, and like, would you even put Jonathan Taylor in that boat? He's been that once, at least. So you maybe in this offense he would be.
One other thing I would say about this, I started this off with like the James Cook trap, how we're talking about him in a way we don't talk about other players.
Yeah.
Like, if this guy were gone. Do that on snap counts too. Well, he doesn't play all 3 downs. Okay, the offensive line plays all the downs. Who else does? The secondary does. The receivers don't. I mean, Shakir doesn't. Shakir snap count.
The corners do.
The corners. But like, think of all their rotations.
But that's kind of it, actually. It's secondaries, linebacker, and offensive line,
and that's it. And everybody else is rotating a lot.
Even linebackers a little.
What was Shakir's snap percentage? Like 61% last year. He's not playing a ton of snaps. And what's Kincaid's snap count? What's Dawson Knox's snap count?
It's not 100.
No. So, am I only doing that with James Cook? Where he's the only one I'm going to treat like, what could I do without him? I'd be fine without him. You'd be fine without a lot of guys because it's all about Josh Allen. But the snap count thing is there too. He doesn't play every down. Who does? Benford does. Bernard does. Rousseau? No. Vaughn, of course, didn't. They gave Vaughn $120 million, and that wasn't a play every down guy. They draft defensive ends, and those guys aren't play every down guys. So it's whatever. I do think it's an interesting conversation. I just wanted to bring up a little bit on Cook and more calls on this. We got a couple callers. Jay, if you can stick with us, we'll get to your call on the other side. We got to get a break in. 803-0550 on James Cook. Next week's when it really hits. Mandatory minicamp. Is he here, and what does he say? Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring. 803-0550 on WGR. Not to kind of sound like doom and gloom guys, because I don't think that's at all how we feel. It's just a matter of like every once in a while you're picking through like, all right, what's got you worried? I mean, anybody have an answer to that? 803-0550. What's got you really worried? Not they could be better at a spot. I think they could be better at certain spots for sure. But what's got me worried about them? Where do I think the fatal flaw is, if there is one? It's not that easy to find. For some people, that is McDermott. Not for me. I mean, if there's a fatal flaw here somewhere, is it still receivers? Last year, I would have gone into the year, and last couple of years, I would have gone into the year saying I think they have a flaw at receiver, because going back to Gabe Davis is their number 2, or last year, of course, they're entering training camp with MVS and thinking that's going to work out. I don't think the receiver is a fatal flaw this time. I saw what they did last year. I don't worry about the offensive coordinator. I don't worry about too many things. And what has you worried? Is it hard to find?
It's very hard to find. because they are that good.
They're good at a lot of things.
They are good at they have a pretty whole roster that doesn't have, well, tough word then to use there because I was going to say they don't have many holes. They're a complete roster. So that being said, like when I think of that question, it is all about a couple of teams and one in particular that I continue to watch the Bills in these moments get outcoached. And that's my worry. That they do have a fatal flaw that
the worry
every time I go play Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, I'm going to get a play, like on 4th down, where they've got something in the holster ready for McDermott and Babbage and Brady that they're not going to be ready for, and it's going to be the right play at the right time, and they're going to lose a close game because those two over there are terrifying. That's my worry. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final goes to Edmonton, 4-3 in overtime. They were down 3-1. They come back, score in the third to tie it, and then Leon Drysaitl scores with 31 seconds to go on the power play in OT to win the game. Game 2 will be tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Coverage of, and then you can listen to that right here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final at WGR, presented by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. NBA Finals starts tonight, 8:30 between the Thunder and the Pacers. The Thunder are a big favorite going into this series. In the NFL, no Jonnu Smith trade between the Steelers and the Dolphins as of now, and the report from ESPN is that the Dolphins would prefer to hang on to him. Rashee Rice practicing in full for the Chiefs after tearing his knee up last regular season. He appears good to go for the start of the regular season as of now. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Nugent Hopkins. Out of the point, Bouchard. Nugent Hopkins with it. Here's McDavid. Out in front. Score! Leon Drysaitl. The Oilers win game one.
Kenny Albert on the call. Drysaitl in overtime wins it. Edmonton up 1-0. Saw a story at the NHL's website that in Florida, Hard Rock Stadium lit up the colors of the Panthers. Okay, right. Miami. Yep. Florida. Okay. The CN Tower went orange and blue for Edmonton.
Really?
And the CN Tower has apparently done this often. Where it's just, there's a Canadian team we're going to light up. They lit up for the Canadiens in the finals.
Yeah, I remember that because I remember Toronto fans being very upset about that.
Yes. So I saw the tweet from the CN Tower account that, orange and blue for the Oilers. And the replies are, why are you doing this? Please stop.
Yeah.
We don't care.
I was going to say, I don't really get the sense that the whole of Canada cares about a Canadian team not winning since '93. They just want their own team to win it.
Sure. If Edmonton were to win, would Toronto fans
what does that do
walk around, or Canadian fans stick their chests out like, oh, Canadian team won it. Good.
What does that do for a Montreal fan if Edmonton wins tonight? I think that it's a streak, and it is interesting for sure that it's true, but I don't think Canadians are running around up there on a limb hoping the Oilers win the series, unless you're in Edmonton.
If anything, it might make you more mad because the idea Canadian teams can't compete because of the taxes. Well, they won the cup, so figure it out.
Does McDavid make it different though? He's a Canadian hero. He's an icon in that country. I'm sure. I don't know. I wonder if he makes it any different. I mean, he scored for. Wait, did he score the winner for Canada at the Four Nations?
He did.
He did. Okay,
but that was for Canada.
That was for Canada. I mean, he hasn't had the opportunities, but I wonder, if he had scored, if he was Crosby for this, he scored game-winning goals in a gold medal game. That would make him even more of a Canadian hero. Then maybe it'd be better for this.
803-0550. Get some more calls in. Talked a lot about James Cook last segment and the value to the team, and just generally how we all look at every player that's not Josh and how replaceable they might be. Jay in a car is up next. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Afternoon guys had a guest on last night. Kind of pointed out that Cook's snap count was down, production up, but kind of tells you that the Bills went to him a little less. He didn't improve out of the backfield as a catcher, some critical drops. And then it got me thinking, was the running back room snap count down last year? Because, Cook's numbers are down in a year where the receiver room had a big question mark on it. And maybe that's telling on, how much the Bills actually rely on that room in general, and then how much money you're going to throw at it. I don't think spending $15 million on anybody makes sense if you're really not giving that room the snap count anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, thanks, Jay.
His snap count was down by percentage. In terms of the total
snaps, they run the ball a lot.
Yeah, I think the total is similar enough to where I don't really think you need to lose sleep over that part of it. He went down 7% from 23 to 24. By the way, he did get better catching the ball. I mean, last year his drop percentage was 5%. It was almost 12 the year before. And didn't he drop 3 gimme touchdowns?
Yes. One in Philly.
Yeah.
One against Dallas, maybe, but then he went and caught one anyway.
So maybe his all-around receiving game didn't get better. The numbers on that were cut in half, actually. He went from 445 yards to 258. But he also didn't have these easy drops like he had the season prior.
803-0550. Thanks, Jay, for the phone call. On his snap count and whether or not they could give him more. The Bills, we had Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast yesterday, and he pointed out that the Bills, when it comes to throwing the ball to running backs, are the number one team in the NFL and what they get out of that. They think of, pass catchers instead of receivers, and there's no doubt that how the Bills use their backs, I mean, think about Ty Johnson and some of the catches he made. He makes one in the playoff game that's incredible. And
the Lions game.
Yeah.
The Lions game, he goes for over 100.
I've got Ray Davis in that Jets game getting a 50-yard bomb. Like Josh.
And didn't he have like a 60-yard touchdown against Miami?
Was it Miami?
Miami.
Yeah, like a little swing pass where nobody's there.
And he took it to the house. Yeah.
Yep. So they get a lot out of passing to their running backs. You know, it's the kind of thing where if only we could know what the Bills' internal value of him is on Cook. Because if you want to, whichever one you want to do it, snap counts. Okay, what percentage of snaps did he play?
48.
What percentage of snaps did Dawson Knox play? Was it 60?
Probably around 50.
50?
I'll get that for you.
Shakir, 61.
Shakir was 61. Yep. Here you go. Last year's snap counts. Well, like you want to keep it to the offense. Like who played more than James Cook by percentage on offense? All the linemen, of course.
Yeah.
Mac Hollins, Dawson Knox did, Keon Coleman did, and Khalil Shakir did.
Okay.
And that's it.
Will Kincaid outsnap him this year? Yes. Maybe.
I mean, Kincaid should be on the field for where he was picked, and for what the plan has felt that it is for him on offense. I think he should be playing. What's right for him? 70%?
I don't know. It gets to the general everybody eats idea and the whole point, which is that it's some of the parts. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And if we are going to watch them be this offense, it's kind of funny when you think about, well, if Cook were to go down, Ray Davis would step in. And Cook's snap count's only 48%. What if Ray Davis gets hurt or Ty Johnson gets hurt? Would we think that a third back would come in and just get that share? Or would Johnson and Cook or Cook and Davis get three shares among the two of them?
Well, wouldn't you expect they would add somebody in a situation
Evans,
like that?
Frank Gore Jr. That's what I'm saying. The three backs they used.
Yeah.
And I don't know that anybody further down the depth chart just steps right in and
no,
replaces.
Their room, they treated that running back room this offseason like they expect that James Cook is on the field for them this year. They're not really built, I think, to not have him. They are at starter, but you make the right point that your depth gets tested very quickly. And I know Frank Gore Jr. comes up a lot. I just don't think he's an NFL player. And Darrington Evans is just a practice squad guy, a special teamer mostly throughout his career. Like, I'm not saying they couldn't play in a pinch, but you're not going to be overly impressed, I think, when they have to go in there. Like, if Cook were to say right now, I'm not playing this season, he's not playing the whole year, and it's Davis and Ty Johnson, I might say I'm interested to see what it looks like with Ray Davis, and I could see that going well. You're one injury away, though, I think, from I got to trade for somebody. That's got to be my deadline move this year.
Yeah.
Instead of a third-round pick, or it's a running back, so let's make it a fifth. I got to go trade a fifth-round pick for
Nyheim Hines Part 2.
Yeah.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Steve Ashburner, senior writer, NBA.com at 9 o'clock for a finals preview between the, of course, Thunder and the Pacers. That gets started tonight. Edmonton up 1-0 in the Stanley Cup Final. When we return, I want to ask you about an all-time play in NFL history and how we would talk about the player involved in the blunder if it happened today. McDavid in this game, he didn't score.
Jeremy White here for
He had a
FanDuel
couple
Sportsbook,
points, right?
official partner.
And
of WGR.
He was a difference
When it comes
maker, of course.
to
I mean, he made two
the
incredible
finals,
primary
tonight's the
assists
night
in
to
this
get
game.
started.
Bet
But
five and get
he was not
$200
exactly
in bonus
God
bets. FanDuel, the best
mode
place
in
to
that
find
he
all
didn't
your
score.
favorite
He
player
had a
props
couple of
for the NBA Finals starting up this week, and you can make the smart plays with new performance trends.
Stuart
Skinner was great in this game. Consistency during the playoffs. Maybe they're flirting with
everything you thought it would be.
Triple-double. It was a great game one.
You get the chance to check some of the stuff.
If this series didn't have you before, maybe you watched some last night and it has you now. I mean, it was. I thought it was a great game one, and I thought Edmonton looked like the better team the whole time. I mean, Edmonton controlled the game pretty much the entire game.
There was a stretch in the second where Florida took over, but that wasn't, I mean, it might have been 5 to 8 minutes at most. I felt like almost the entirety of the rest of the game was the Oilers, that they were buzzing around. They looked like the faster team, and the Panthers are going to try to wear them down, right? And they're going to try to bump them at every turn and slow them down. They really, their game plan on McDavid is so clear. It's not right there in front of you. I mean, it is, but you're always watching the puck. I would just advise anyone watching these games, just for like a minute, the next time McDavid's on the ice, just watch McDavid away from the puck and watch how many times he gets bumped by the Panthers. Like, their whole plan is, ref's not even looking over here, so we got to get in his way like 4 times before he gets to full speed and prevent him from doing that. So they're playing a very different style, I think the Panthers are. And last night, I don't know, it felt like the Oilers could move all around almost the entirety of the game. Like, it wasn't working the same way. Like, they were shedding, it's almost like they were press coverage, you know, where you jam them right at the line of scrimmage, and the Oilers were running their routes like to just release at the line of scrimmage.
Myra straight back to pass. Looking. Now stops, throws, completes it to Kilmer up at the 30-yard line. Kilmer driving for the first down, loses the football. It's picked up by Jim Marshall, who's running the wrong way. Marshall is running the wrong way. And he's running it into the end zone the wrong way. Thinks he's scored a touchdown. He has scored a safety.
Jim Marshall passed away earlier this week. 270 consecutive games, 4 Super Bowls, team captain for the Vikings for 14 consecutive seasons, part of the Purple People Eaters, and one of the most famous plays in NFL history. And it's obviously like something he's talked about before. Happened in 1964.
Yeah.
Let's play a game.
Okay.
What if that happened today?
Guy picks up the ball and runs the wrong direction.
The wrong way.
And then launches the ball out of bounds.
What would happen today? I'll start. The take shows would say you have to cut that player. No? What would happen if a guy did that today? Would he have to retire?
I mean, he was a Pro Bowl player. I mean, he wasn't he's not in the Hall of Fame. But a Pro Bowl player, would they be calling for him to be cut?
I mean, Joe, you know the industrial take complex that we are sometimes a part of.
I know, yeah.
Who's the comp?
Suspension for the season, maybe.
Who's the comp here? Who picks it up and runs the wrong way?
You want a guy who's kind of known as a little bit of a fool, or just like his level of player?
Just his level of player, because...
All right, Jerry Hughes. Well, he doesn't play anymore.
What would happen if that kind of play happened today? Think about how many times in your life you have seen the butt fumble.
Mm-hmm.
And the butt fumble, Mark Sanchez, that's his legacy to a degree. Now, he doesn't have Iron Man in 14 consecutive seasons and 4 Super Bowl appearances.
How about Daniil Hunter?
Okay.
Daniil Hunter.
Just picks up and runs the wrong way.
Yeah, grabs the ball, runs in the wrong direction, throws the ball out of bounds. It's a safety. His team probably benches him at least, right? Or do you think now a team might be more apt to rally around the guy because you could lose him?
Sure. Well,
especially now with social media, because that's the thing. Social media, Jim Marshall played in the 60s, way before social media, and what is he going to be? He played for 18 years with the Vikings. What is he going to be remembered for?
When he died, I remember that play. Because I've seen it so many times on the NFL bloopers and Follies and all that.
So now do that with Twitter and with YouTube and Instagram and TikTok and all. The guy couldn't run from it. So I think your team would have to rally around him, because I feel like you could lose a dude. You could lose a guy for being known for that.
One thing about that play, I have no idea if the Vikings won or lost that game or what the score was.
I don't either.
They were,
or what time of the game it was.
The Vikings led 27-17. They ultimately won the game, 27-22. So that's probably a part of it. You can laugh about it.
He didn't necessarily cost them the game.
No, he did not. He thought he was locking it up.
Yeah. You can't cut the guy if he does.
I'm not saying you should. I'm saying that the take-pocalypse that would descend upon our lives if this happened today.
Judge, if a team did cut him, get out of here. You got to go. You can't stand on the sidelines with us for the rest of this game.
Don't forget that I have some experience scoring in the wrong end. In rec league basketball, I scored in the wrong basket once.
Oh, okay. I vaguely remember this story.
It happened.
Yeah. Scored in it.
Scored.
Yeah.
Yeah, I scored.
Off the tip, though, right?
No.
No?
It was, so, this is me defending scoring in the wrong basket. It was right after halftime. We switched ends. Halftime in rec league is not, you go to the locker room, you come out 20 minutes later.
Yeah.
It's timeout, everyone back on the court. So we're back in the other end, and the other team started to press us. So it just looked like an inbound play from 30 seconds before.
Yeah.
But we were going the other way. So I got the ball. I cut to the baseline. Boom, got it in. Oh no, we switched ends. So
everybody should have wanted to bench you immediately.
It was not a great moment for me.
No.
I had a handful of times where I was trying to make plays with the puck behind the net and just rifled it into my own net off of guys multiple times.
But that's accidental. You knew it was your net.
That's true.
These are instances where you don't know that, because hockey would be tough.
Oh yeah,
hockey be tough because you
Laine
have a goal, you have a person standing in front of the goal that gives you
that
the
indicator that it's yours
of whose net or basket it is.
Patrick Laine did do that a couple years ago though. He took a one-timer on his own net and he scored. Like he was trying to clear it, but it looked like a one-timer on his own net. It was ridiculous.
His instinct was just let me
rifle top corner,
all he
bar
knows.
down.
Yeah,
great shot.
The Marshall play NFL Films ranked as the 5th worst play in NFL history.
4
plays worse than a guy grabbing a ball, sprinting in the wrong direction, and then chucking the ball out of bounds. That's always the funniest part, too, of the Marshall clip for me. It's not just that he scores, it's that he's celebrating, he's whipping the ball around, and he just chucks the ball into the crowd. Like, at least if he doesn't do that, maybe he's like, jumping up and down. One of his teammates runs up to him and is like, play's still alive, you got to run this way. He doesn't even give you the opportunity for that because he has launched the ball into the 8th row. There are 4 plays worse than it.
Yeah, isn't the first player to get to him somebody on the other team? They're playing San Francisco at the time.
Well, I don't think anybody... Well, you mean like
That's
after...
what I mean, like someone would have said to him, like, hey, buddy, that's the wrong way.
Right, who's the one to tell him?
I think I heard one time Marshall actually said a player from the 49ers came up to him and said, thanks.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, 803-0550.
4 plays worse. I'm going to find them.
Probably the butt fumble has to be above the wrong way run.
The butt fumble's pretty bad.
Will there be a Bills play?
What are the worst? What are the 4 worst plays in NFL history? When did this list come out?
8 years ago.
All right.
Is there anything in the last... there's nothing in the last 8 years that comes right to mind. That
I will submit Leon Lett on Thanksgiving sliding into the football.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Or him
really
celebrating in the Super Bowl. That might be...
Leon Lett might have been on the list twice. But the Thanksgiving one is far worse.
What about the play with the Bills on the kickoff, like on a random end-of-season game?
What are the Bills doing?
Where
Mike
Gillislee lets the ball trickle into the end zone, and the Jets recover it for a touchdown. That was pretty bad. I'll find which 4 are worse here.
803-0550. To the chat saying when I scored the ball in my own basket, I was that kid. I was an adult. Let's not make mistakes, folks. You
were an adult.
Yeah, I was. This was 28. Maybe a little older. Maybe 32. That was the year I was on Turner Battle's team. I don't think was he there that day?
Oh, that would be even worse.
We're gonna get Turner on the show soon. I was on Turner Battle's team.
Have you ever teed off on a tee box aimed at the wrong hole?
Maybe.
I've seen videos of that. I've never seen it in person. But like you think, because there are holes. I mean, Delaware, there's a hole like this where you could very easily hit to one green I've seen videos of like a guy tees off, aimed at the wrong hole, and all his buddies after like, great drive, holes that way.
Yeah. All right, 803-0550. When we get back, I want to find out these 4 plays worse than the return the wrong way. We'll get to that. We got an NBA Finals preview coming up at 9 o'clock. More of your phone calls. James Cook conversation's a good one, too. And that kicks up next week, of course. The Bills at OTAs. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here to tell you about Encore Golf. So, McDavid tonight, is there it's very possible that we, and Bills fans, and we Bills fans, we basically look at everything and say, is this Josh Allen? Right? Like the meme of the butterfly. Is this Josh Allen? When Rory wins the Masters, what did a lot of people say? It felt like the Bills getting a win. Here's a guy that's been chasing this thing forever. Maybe it felt like Allen. Everybody knows he's great. It's the thing he hasn't won yet. He's got to win it. And I remember last year talking about this series, we would say, McDavid and Allen, are they kind of the same here? they're the best, and maybe the difference is that Allen isn't as much better than his peers as McDavid is against his.
Right.
McDavid is far and away, I think, number one, and Allen is arguably number one. So,
yeah, that's right.
Are they similar, though? And then if you got a McDavid win, you would think, all right, that's a win for the guys that are supposed to win. As you lay that out about, you don't want to hear he's overrated because he doesn't have any rings, you are, by association, talking about Dan Marino and maybe Josh Allen until he gets one. Right? You want guys to get one that have deserved one.
If you were to, at the beginning of the year, on January 1st, put a parlay in for, hey, this is going to be the year, I'm going to bet every guy that hasn't won one that we know is amazing to win one. You would have bet Rory to win the Masters, right? You would have bet McDavid to win the Stanley Cup Final, and you would have picked either Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen to win the Super Bowl. And I for that, me personally would have picked Josh Allen to win it. So, and maybe in the NBA you would have picked somebody, I don't know who, but you would have picked those. You would have picked those three. You would have picked Rory, you would have picked McDavid, and you would have picked Josh Allen.
Yeah,
to all win it.
Yeah,
and one's one down, two's very close. And the third one's getting a lot of picks to do it. A lot of picks to do it.
McDavid in this game, he didn't score. He had a couple points, right?
Yeah.
And he was a difference maker, of course. I mean, he made 2 incredible primary assists in this game. But he was not exactly God mode in that he didn't score. He had a couple of incredible chances.
He had a great assist.
He got a great assist. Stuart Skinner was great in this game. It was everything you thought it would be, I guess. It was a great game one. If this series didn't have you before, maybe you watched some last night and it has you now. I mean, I thought it was a great game one. And I thought Edmonton looked like the better team the whole time. I mean, Edmonton controlled the game pretty much the entire game.
There was a stretch in the second where Florida took over, but that wasn't, I mean, it might have been 5 to 8 minutes at most. I felt like almost the entirety of the rest of the game was the Oilers, that they were buzzing around. They looked like the faster team, and the Panthers are going to try to wear them down, right? And they're going to try to bump them at every turn and slow them down. They really, their game plan on McDavid is so clear. It's not right there in front of you. I mean, it is, but you're always watching the puck. I would just advise anyone watching these games, just for like a minute, the next time McDavid's on the ice, just watch McDavid away from the puck and watch how many times he gets bumped by the Panthers. Like, their whole plan is, ref's not even looking over here, so we got to get in his way like 4 times before he gets to full speed and prevent him from doing that. So they're playing a very different style, I think the Panthers are. And last night, I don't know, it felt like the Oilers could move all around almost the entirety of the game. Like, it wasn't working the same way. Like, they were shedding, it's almost like they were press coverage, where you jam them right at the line of scrimmage, and the Oilers were running their routes like to just release at the line of scrimmage. Oilers 4, Panthers 3 in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Leon Drysaitl scores the winner. 30 seconds left in the first overtime period to win it. The Oilers were down 3-1 in the game, scored in the second and then in the third to tie it, and then they get the win. So it's a 1-0 series lead for Edmonton. Game 2, will be tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. You can listen to that game right here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR is presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Game 1 of the NBA Finals is tonight between the Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder in Oklahoma City. Their first final appearance in over 10 years, and they are a big favorite going into the series. 8:30 for tip-off tonight. In the NFL, doesn't look like a Jonnu Smith trade is likely to happen. Adam Schefter's been reporting it's still alive, but Cameron Wolfe of ESPN says the Dolphins don't want to do it. They want to retain Smith. That's their preference at this point. Also in the NFL, Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice has been a full participant at Chiefs OTAs. He tore his ACL during the regular season last year, so it sounds like he should be good to go for the start of the regular season. The Broncos are hosting free agent running back J.K. Dobbins on a visit, who spent last year with the Chargers and then his previous few years in the league with the Baltimore Ravens. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Years ago, we talked to Tom Moore, then at Indianapolis, the offensive coordinator. You got a busted play here, and then Sanchez gets hit. The ball is loose, and it's alive. And then going into the end zone is Steve Gregory.
Mark Sanchez not expecting it, and it was the backside of Brandon Moore that knocked the ball out.
Butt fumble. So the passing of Jim Marshall of the Vikings had us talking about him and his famous play where he ran the wrong way, which, what website did this? The worst plays, and it was the 5th worst play of all time?
NFL Films did a top 10 worst plays of all time, and Jim Marshall's running the wrong way play was number 5.
All right.
So there are 4 better. The butt fumble is number 4.
Okay.
So the butt fumble is one of the 4 that are worst.
Makes sense. Butt fumble is 4.
So I've got the whole list here. So
hold on. Other guesses.
Yeah, go ahead.
I already said I want Leon Lett Thanksgiving against Miami.
So Leon Lett is on the list twice, but it's at number 9 and number 8. Number 9, the Super Bowl play where he gets run down by Beebe. That's number 9, and then the Thanksgiving play is number 8. The Thanksgiving play should have been number 1.
Yes, the game was over.
The game was over. The camera pans from a celebrating Jerry Jones on the sidelines to confusion to, the Dolphins are standing with the football in the end zone.
Yeah. That one.
How's that game snowing, by the way?
Yeah, it snowed in Dallas.
Snowed in Dallas.
Yep.
And they were playing outdoors, I guess, at that point?
No, there's a hole in the roof.
There was?
The old stadium, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know there was a hole in the old...
The old Dallas stadium had a hole, by a hole in the roof. It was, open air.
Kind of like what the Bills are about to have?
Kind of, except
closer to
I
it?
want to say Texas Stadium.
The hole was smaller than what the Bills is going to be?
Yes. Look up Texas Stadium.
I'm looking right now.
Hole in the roof, and
the
joke was that there's a hole in the roof so God could watch his favorite team. That's what they used to say.
Oh, okay. Sure. I've heard that.
But yeah, that was a covered stadium with a very...
Interesting.
Not exactly small, but...
Was it retractable?
No, it was just open.
Okay.
So it snowed.
Very strange.
In Dallas on Thanksgiving.
Because when I see that play, of course, he's sliding into the snow like a madman for no reason whatsoever. Yeah. Those are 2 of them.
So, okay, worst plays in NFL history. I want to give an honorable mention somewhere. I don't exactly know all the details, but that fake punt that the Patriots ran against the Colts, or the Colts ran against the Patriots.
Yeah.
It's in Indy.
NFL Films labels it Griff Whalen's gaff.
Okay.
That's number 6.
Jeez.
As the worst play of all time.
But
that one also has a good case for being number 1 because what is the design of the play?
I don't know.
Like it doesn't make any sense for what you're even trying. Leon Lett is at least he's trying to make a play. He sees a loose ball and he's going for it.
Yeah.
I don't know what the Colts were trying to do.
What's the worst play in NFL history? Is this gettable? Is this one way? You can tell me something from like the 30s?
I think no. It's gettable, but you're gonna go. That's not number 1. It's number 1 maybe because of when it happened, more than how bad the play is itself. It's a bad play.
Okay, so like the Super Bowl.
It's a Super Bowl play.
Is it? There's a Colts tight end that drops a Super Bowl drops a pass.
I don't have that in here.
John Mackey drop a pass.
When's that?
Super Bowl 13.
Yeah.
Oh, bless his heart. He's got to be the sickest man in America.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. So that's not there.
That's not on this list.
So
Super Bowl.
The worst play was the Super Bowl. I'm going to say when the snap went over Manning's head. No?
Early in that Super Bowl against Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't going to be Kevin Dyson 1 yard short against the Rams.
Nope.
Okay, just making sure.
Is it Leon Letts?
Nope. We already did that one.
Oh, sorry.
Number 9.
The worst play in NFL history that they would put in a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Oh, Garrow's gaff.
Nope.
Who?
Garrow Yepremian. He was a kicker.
Right.
Garrow's gaff.
When he tried to throw the ball?
Yeah.
I got to look that up. That sounds fun.
Oh, you've never seen that?
He tried to, I'm sure I have, but
Washington
it's not coming off the top of my head.
Does it involve a running back fumbling?
Nope.
Okay, good. I didn't even
It's more about a decision to do something.
Seattle throwing the ball at the 1?
You know what? All right, fine. Yes.
Seattle throwing the ball at the 1 yard line.
Is the worst play in NFL history?
Yes.
I kind of agree with that.
I'll allow it.
Really?
Yes.
I'm surprised. I mean, it's a bad decision.
It's about as mad as I've been about sports. It's way up there. Can you imagine? Just imagine for a moment that's this year and that's the Bills. Imagine for a single solitary second that the Bills do that.
I just started shaking.
Now Seattle had won the Super Bowl the year before.
Yeah.
So
little better there.
That takes a little sting off it. Imagine you had not won a Super Bowl and you're 1 yard away and you do that.
All right.
Imagine for 1 second that happens and Josh gets picked off on the 1.
Mm-hmm. Isn't the story that Wilson wanted his moment? Wilson wanted his moment, or that Carroll wanted Wilson to have his moment?
I have no idea.
I've read somewhere, maybe it wasn't directly from the team, maybe someone just, hypothetically speaking or something, but that what went into that is that they wanted Wilson to have his crowning moment, and that played into why they threw it. And when you think of Josh... See, the thing, though, that's good about Josh is you can have Josh have his moment in that spot and still not throw the football. Because what are you calling on that play? Well, they're probably calling a sneak.
Yes.
But if the let's say the tush push has been outlawed, then what are you doing? You're probably having Josh run a QB power at the 1 yard line. You're not throwing it. I don't think.
So that's 1. What are 2 and 3?
Number 2 is Ernest Biner's fumble.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Browns.
Yep, he kind of fumbles over nothing.
Yep.
And does that set up the drive? A little different?
That was the year after the drive.
Year after the drive. That's the
fumble, really?
Right?
That's called the fumble, which was the 87.
That's right. It's the drive, and then the next year is the fumble.
Yes. And then number 3 is the miracle at the Meadowlands.
Okay, yeah.
Herm Edwards picking up a fumble.
Joe Pisarcik, is that his name? Fumbles.
Yeah.
That's when teams started to kneel.
Yeah, they could have just kneeled the football out. And then the other plays outside the top 10 that you missed. You did say this. Garrow's gaff is number 10. And then number 7 is not known enough play that I think is the most incredible play of all time. The Saints against the Jaguars in the late 90s.
The extra point that got missed?
Yes, they're throwing the ball around. They're lateraling it. They've got 60 yards to go. They've got to score. They throw a lateral to Horn.
It's a miracle. When I was growing up, we called that play the West Coast Weave.
The what? That play?
Yeah, when you're is that only...
When you're just lateraling the ball around and...
Yeah, I don't know if that's something that my friends and I had.
Okay.
But it was called the West Coast Weave. That's because you're always going in and out, back and forth, pitching it back. What did you guys call that? Sometimes we do this where when you were growing up, we didn't all have the internet. We didn't all have everybody calling things the same thing.
Is that the Kill Stanford play?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was referred to
what we would have
as like a West Coast Weave.
Yeah, that's what we would have called it. Kill Stanford. Yeah.
Kill Stanford?
Kill Stanford. Yeah.
All right. I've never heard that before.
That's definitely what we called it. I don't know. Yeah, like anything with a lateral. I think
tons of laterals, desperate last minute.
Kill Stanford.
Kill Stanford.
So they score on that, and then John Carney misses a 19-yard extra point
to
tie the game, and it's a great call. It's one of the great calls of all time, I think, where he's lining up the extra point, he misses it, and the color guy just goes, "No,
he missed it,"
screaming into the mic. And that's your top 10.
All right,
worst plays ever. No Bills plays on here.
Do you have a ready in the chamber.
Ronnie Harmon could have been on here, right? I mean, he drops an easy touchdown that would have won a playoff game. Wide right, I guess, could have been on here, but I think it's very different.
That's just it's just a missed kick.
It's a long kick too for the time and for the kicker. So
worst play in Bills history for me. It's like Trent throwing the ball running out of bounds on 4th down against Miami in the opener.
That one's really bad.
I'll have to go to the box score on that.
Oh, worst play in Bills history is absolutely Nathan Peterman on a Hail Mary taking off 55 yards away from the end zone.
He did run. That's that.
He's got a Hail Mary with zeros on the clock at halftime. Everyone is standing waiting for him to throw it, and he decides to take off.
Yeah, it was
with 60 yards to go. It was incredible. Well, he didn't want another pick on his stats. I mean, how can you blame him? He already had 20.
803-0550. Dave in Buffalo. Hey, Dave, good morning.
Hi, good morning to you, too. Just a point, just to sort of clarify, I think, what the NFL rules are. And I'm not an expert on the rules, but one thing I do understand is that you had mentioned the idea of Cook sort of sitting out a year. That actually, under rules, makes no difference. If he sits out a year, he's in exactly the same situation then as he is now. He would still owe a year to the Bills and basically would be in a situation where we do the same thing all over again. Potentially, he could actually play 2 or 3 games and then qualify as a full year, but then he moves into, again, trying to go to a new team and sign a new contract where he's a player who comes off a really bad year instead of the great year that he had now, and also where he's basically left his teammates out to dry. You're putting $140 million or whatever he's asking for into, somebody who has just, been, totally selfish. So there really is no leverage for Cook whatsoever. And the Bills basically branded he needs to hang tough, on the stuff. And, Cook signed a reasonable deal, or not, just let him go and, try to, trade him for somebody who may not even be as good of a player, but who is committed to winning and things of that nature. The other point I would mention, too, with the comment you were making in the middle of while I was listening, is that you talked about the worst place for the Bill, and an honorable mention goes actually to a great Bill, wonderful Hall of Famer, super guy, so no negative about him in the big picture, but he lost his helmet in the second Super Bowl, and he actually had to sit out, I think, the first play, and that really things went downhill from there because we didn't start out with setting the run game, things like that, so I think you have to mention Thurman losing the helmet as one of the things that really was not good.
Thanks, Dave. Back to Cook. I mean, I don't know where the $140 million number came from. And he's definitely not committed to winning. It's one thing that's, whatever, siding with Cook on some level. Everybody that just signed an extension for the Bills, they signed 4 guys to extensions. The Bills met their demands, or their demands met the Bills' number. We could, who knows where those players came in with their number, who offered first. Contract negotiations go that way. So Bernard's camp and the Bills' camp come together. Does Bernard's camp say, this is the number? And the Bills say, you know what, that's pretty good. Bang, done. They might have. We don't get to see those back and forths. It could have been in the works for a while. So one thing that none of those 4 players are being asked to do is play without a safety net. And Cook is being asked to play without a safety net. All those players were about to enter the final year of a contract. It wasn't up. Shakir wasn't up. Benford wasn't up. Rousseau wasn't up. Bernard wasn't up. These guys were just able to be extended and were. So Cook is in the same boat as the other 4 guys. I don't think any of his teammates think he's a bad guy for wanting a contract and wanting his pay. No, if you ask any NFL player, and they'll all tell you they do not get mad at players. They wish they were there, and they wish it would work out, but even the Bills, I mean, Joe Brady, Josh Allen, they're all saying they love the guy and they want him there, but this is the side of it that gets a little bit sticky sometimes. So I certainly wouldn't think they would get rid of him because they don't think he's committed to winning. In fact, the opposite. At the end of last season, McDermott referred to him as a dog with a look in his eye. And I mean, McDermott was as glowing about Cook and his mindset and approach as he has ever been. And that's a James Cook that had been benched for fumbling occasionally. His first carry of his career was a fumble. And one thing on the contract, he has to play for the year to toll. You can't sit out a full year. The contract would have to toll.
Yep.
But it's in terms of leverage, he doesn't have a ton. I won't dispute that. The one thing he does have working for him is any player that sits out on their rookie contract, the fines can be just waived or dismissed. So if he does miss mandatory minicamp and they start to fine him, those fines can add up and add up and add up, and then when he comes in, they can say, like, never mind, we'll just waive those fines. Or if a new contract...
you would expect they probably would.
Sure. If you are a player that holds out on a second contract, then those fines cannot be waived. Then you're going to pay those fines. Le'Veon Bell, he was not on a rookie contract. He was on another contract. And all those fines start to build up and build up and build up. So, anyway.
Well, Bell never signed his...
No, he sat the year.
He sat the year and it didn't toll. Right, so I guess he just waived all of that. But remember, he
gave up like $13 million.
Didn't the Steelers relinquish the rights to him?
I believe that's ultimately how it went down.
Okay, he wasn't under contract. It was a franchise tag.
Gotcha. And he never signed it.
He never signed the tender, so the Steelers had the rights then to use the tag again on him. And they just decided not to. We're not gonna do this again. We're gonna let you go. Which, hey, like the way James Cook is operating right now, let's say he comes in and which I think we all like isn't the most likely outcome he's going to play this season on the final year of his contract. That he'll be on the field and it'll be with 1 year remaining on the deal. So he plays and he repeats. He does what he just did. He maybe doesn't score 16 touchdowns, maybe he scores 10 or 12. But 1,000 yards, and he's the starting running back, and he plays really well throughout the whole year. So you go to the offseason after that year, and the Bills franchise tag him. Does he do what Le'Veon Bell did? I'm not showing up. I am not signing this thing. He's acting like right now, like not he's treating this current negotiation like, hey, I'm not going to make this ugly. You better be smart enough to know I'm not doing that, though.
Yeah.
You better be smart enough to know that I might play this year on the final year of my deal. You better not franchise tag me next year. Because if you really want to make things ugly, that's how you make things ugly.
The Steelers franchise tagged him twice.
Okay.
So he plays on his rookie deal, which, by the way, 4 years, $4 million total. Right. Franchise tag number 1 for Le'Veon Bell is 12. Franchise tag number 2 is 14. He leaves, signs with the Jets for $52 million.
Look at that, though, how
27 guaranteed.
He is drafted when? 2013?
Mm-hmm.
He's drafted in 2013, and when does he sign his first big extension? March 13th of 2019.
With the Jets.
6 years later.
Yeah.
That's where, man, it's tough for a running back, right? Like,
it's tough for anybody in the NFL. If
honestly, I don't really blame Bell that much, other than he did have a contract on the table from Pittsburgh that was bigger than the Jets deal, so there is that. But if your team's going to franchise tag you not once but twice at a position where you already have a limited shelf life, you kind of have no choice.
Yeah. The one thing about your hypothetical with Cook is there's just no way they franchise tag him. Because the franchise tag,
I agree with that.
The franchise tag is if you were going to,
it would be 13. It's 13 million right now. So what'll be next year? 15,
and the cap hit is just 15. You just never do it because you'd sign him to a 1 year 15 with a void year instead of franchise tagging.
Right.
James Cook has a. I'll be wrong about this. Old takes expose me. There's a 0.0.0.00000% chance they franchise tag James Cook. It would not make sense. If you're
for themselves, you're
sure
saying, yeah.
Right for themselves. It would be a horrible idea
because you have to commit all that money into that 1 year.
Yeah, eating that much cap,
can't spread it out.
Just give them a 2 year, $30 million deal and have your cap hit be like 4.
Yeah,
and toss void years and do crazy stuff at the end. Like you would just never want to do a franchise tag for Cook.
Could they do this year what the Giants did with Barkley, where? Remember the last year for him in New York where he was kind of holding out but not really, and the Giants just said, hey, we're not extending you. We're just going to give you an extra $2 million for this year.
That's right.
To come in.
That's right. It was not the franchise tag. Instead, it was just about the same value.
Right. Could the Bills do that with Cook this year? Say, hey, we don't want to do an extension, but we do want to make you happy, and we want this year to go smoothly, so here, we're going to bump you up from $5 million to $7.5 million. But we're sticking on a 1 year deal.
Right.
And now everybody's happy. And now we could figure it out next year. But for this year, we're in a better place.
803-0550. I'm not exactly sure how that would work. Like guaranteed at sign, you're signing a.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure the capology of that. By the way, the Odyssey app is down. So if you're right, we got some news. The Odyssey app is down. So you're not hearing me say this on the Odyssey app. But the alternative, check out the show on YouTube. Look at our handsome faces. No, I'll just say faces. You can look at our faces.
Yeah.
If you want.
Or you could just, turn the brightness all the way down in your phone while you, if you really don't want to.
Yeah. Let's get an automated function where you tune into the show.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I'm watching on YouTube. Hit radio mode. It'll just blur out our faces
Radio
for you.
mode. Or maybe it'll play like Josh Allen highlights for you while we're on in the background. By the way, we are idiots. What I think we didn't mention, talking about like what's the worst play in Bills history. Oh, the Music City Miracle.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
It has to be. It's a playoff game. Well, it's terrible.
But we're talking about worst play. That list of worst plays to me was...
What, like an individual...
It was individual, self-inflicted. How could you do that?
Yeah, okay.
And I get that the Bills, stay in your lanes and all that. But still...
Right, who's the person...
I get it.
Yeah,
it's definitely... It's worthy of mentioning. I was just thinking more in terms of, what was that guy thinking?
Okay, yeah. That makes more sense.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. More your calls on this. NBA Finals preview at 9. We're going to check in with Owen on as a goalie, because we had a big call in the NHL last night, a goaltender interference call that did not take a goal off the board. It gave Florida a goal and a power play, and they took a 2-1 lead with it. Did not feel like the right call. We'll talk about it with Owen, get his goalie take on it. More your phone calls as well. Join us on the stream. Everybody's doing it. All these new people coming in. This is great. We can call them bandwagon fans or something. We can yell at the new people that are here. You can jump in the chat. See what's going on in there. Things that have come up in the chat today. Woody Woodpecker. Did you know that was going to come up today in the chat, in the YouTube chat? I did not.
Woody Woodpecker.
Woody Woodpecker came up. You never know what's going on in there. You can give us a ring. You can jump in the chat. You can watch us on YouTube. I would recommend it. Why not? You can see my cool hat. I like this hat a lot.
You've worn it all week.
Yeah, it's my old sandwich hat.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great hat. 803-0550 on WGR. First off, how many games are they going to win this year?
13.
13. If James Cook were not on the team, how many games would they win?
13.
Okay. If Spencer Brown were not on the team, how many games would they win?
13.
Okay. Connor McGovern, how many games would they win?
14. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, Connor McGovern. 13.
Okay. Dawkins. Because they said, what they're saying is, we're going to let this person walk and just replace them. By the way, in this scenario, they're not hurt. They are choosing this person to leave, and they are replacing that person next year with someone that they think can do the job. Because in a lot of these Cook scenarios, like, let them walk and then draft a guy. Right. Whether that's Ray Davis, who was drafted last year, Dawkins, 13 wins. How many would they win without Dawkins? Would their over/under move on the gambling markets?
No, not really. Maybe you'd get the smallest little change on, like, when it's like over 12. If it's over 10.5 and it's like minus 120, maybe you'd go up to like, or go down to like minus 105 or like something super small like that. Yeah, if you don't have Dawkins, I mean, out of respect to him, I almost want to say 12.
I respect you wanting to this point,
but I don't want to go. Even that, I wouldn't go lower than that.
Okay,
I wouldn't say it's more than 1.
This exercise is not an attempt to disrespect any player.
I know.
Let's keep going. Khalil Shakir,
13.
Kincaid,
13.
Dawson Knox,
13.
David Edwards,
13. Yep.
Keon Coleman,
13.
Josh Palmer, Elijah Moore,
yep.
Rousseau,
13.
There's no one player that they could lose other than
Josh
that would actually make you think, if they let that player walk in, replace that player with a draft pick in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
Is there any other player on the team? Because the reason I want to do this is every Cook conversation is, guys, they'll win 13 games without him. And all I want to say is that true of 52 players? McDavid in this game, he didn't score. He had a couple points, right?
Yeah.
And he was a difference maker, of course. I mean, he made 2 incredible primary assists in this game. But he was not exactly God mode in that he didn't score. He had a couple of, incredible chances.
He had a great assist.
He got a great assist. Stuart Skinner was great in this game. It was everything you thought it would be, I guess. It was a great game 1. If this series didn't have you before, maybe you watched some last night and it has you now. I mean, I thought it was a great game 1. And I thought Edmonton looked like the better team the whole time. I mean, Edmonton controlled the game pretty much the entire game.
There was a stretch in the second where Florida took over, but that wasn't, it might have been 5 to 8 minutes at most. I felt like almost the entirety of the rest of the game was the Oilers, that they were buzzing around. They looked like the faster team, and the Panthers are going to try to wear them down, right? And they're going to try to bump them at every turn and slow them down. They really, their game plan on McDavid is so clear. It's not right there in front of you. I mean, it is, but you're always watching the puck. I would just advise anyone watching these games, just for like a minute, the next time McDavid's on the ice, just watch McDavid away from the puck and watch how many times he gets bumped by the Panthers. Like, their whole plan is, ref's not even looking over here, so we got to get in his way like 4 times before he gets to full speed and prevent him from doing that. So they're playing a very different style, I think the Panthers are. And last night, I don't know, it felt like the Oilers could move all around almost the entirety of the game. Like, it wasn't working the same way. Like, they were shedding, it's almost like they were press coverage, where you jam them right at the line of scrimmage, and the Oilers were running their routes like to just release at the line of scrimmage. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final goes to the Oilers in overtime. 4-3, Leon Drysaitl scoring with 30 seconds to go in the first OT on the power play to take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 tomorrow night, you can listen to here on WGR, 8 o'clock puck drop. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR is presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Game 1, Pacers and Thunder in the NBA Finals is tonight, 8:30. If you're looking for it on TV, it'll be on ABC. In the NFL, Rashee Rice practicing in full for the Chiefs during OTAs. He tore his knee up last year in the regular season, and it appears he'll be good to go for 2025. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Time now for Worst Call Wednesday. Brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center.
No call here on the push. Now he turns around. The skate of Kulak might have got into the skate of Bennett as he goes backwards. But for Stuart Skinner, he's trying to find this puck through all the bodies here. And as he goes down, there's contact and the puck goes through. Chris King is here on site, so nothing goes to Toronto. They're right here in the building, and that did not take long.
After reviewing the play, the actions of the Edmonton defenseman knocking 9 down. Therefore, the call on the ice is confirmed. We have a goal.
It's not Wednesday, it's Thursday. I have a day of the week clock, but we forgot Worst Call Wednesday yesterday, so we'll do it today, and we got a bad call for it. Worst Call Wednesday, brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center. That's the worst call on the ice of the night. One of the worst calls you could make is skipping your recommended cancer screenings. To learn more about potentially life-saving screening recommendations and guidelines, visit roswellpark.org/screening. Jeremy and Joe, a little more on this in a moment. If you're joining us on the YouTube stream, click like and subscribe. Join. Maybe this is your opportunity because right now everybody's doing it. The Odyssey app having a little bit of a struggle today. Maybe you pop this on the radio. That's great, of course. But jump on the YouTube stream, and you can see us there day to day. We're there every day.
Yes, we are.
We're on your smart TVs. We're in your phones.
How many people are doing that though?
Smart TV?
On the TV.
I
bet phone is the leader.
I'm finding my way where I'll pop on YouTube to look for something to watch, and there's your face.
I'll see our videos. It's like on the recommended videos or whatever, based on their whatever algorithms. Yeah.
So join us 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 our phone numbers. We wanted to get to. We were all watching the game together last night. Me, you, and Owen. We were at the golf simulator and watching the game, and we saw this play live. And as soon as we saw the review, I said to Owen, that's going to be an as a goalie segment because Sam Bennett was allowed to win Best Actor and create a goal for the Florida Panthers. So let's get to our senior goaltending correspondent, Owen Parker, as a goalie.
Carter Courtney with a shot off the post. Parker got his pad back over to keep it out. Owen Parker shows off his flexibility.
Hey, as a goalie, should that guy have gotten that?
As a goalie.
As a goalie. Yeah. So anyway, Sam Bennett just crashed into Stuart Skinner and was like, oops.
It's the most vet move, Sam Bennett move you could ever make. Just knows he gets touched within an 8-foot radius of the crease. He's like, I can cross over and try and demolish Stuart Skinner and maybe nothing will happen. I could not believe that
they let that stand.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, the multiple replays. Who was it? Was it who? It's not Eddie Olczyk that's on the call there. Is it Boucher? Who's okay?
Brian Boucher.
Yeah. As soon as someone for the first time says I don't know, what about what the defender did? I'm thinking there's no way anyone would buy that.
It was Bennett was heading up ice and gets his foot just tapped by an Edmonton Oiler.
And then throws his other foot into that.
Immediately pivots and crosses over into so that he can get at Skinner and ton of breaks just falls right into him. It's so bad. And it's a difficult thing to enforce and sort of not justify, define goaltender interference. You never know what a guy's intentions are. You never know sort of what maybe happened with like you never know what guys blow an edge and they fall into a goalie. But this to me was just...
It was tough.
It's tough. And it's kind of like the suspensions. You almost got to take into account, like, this is Sam Bennett we're talking about here.
Right. What are his goalies crashed per 60?
Oh.
He's
tapped, I think, every goalie they've played so far. He has run through at least one time.
He's the one that knocked out Stolars, right?
Yep. And tried to get... who were they playing last round? Oh, Carolina. He got... Anderson with a nasty elbow that nothing really came of it, but it was a dirty, dirty play. And it's just, this guy knows he can get there, and he knows he does it so much that it's not going to surprise anybody too much. So you get away with it. And I think it's just really, really poorly done. It's a bad decision.
On the intermission, Lundqvist called it out and says a terrible call, and then Anson Carter handed him a tissue.
Yeah.
For crying about it.
I saw that, yeah.
Come on.
Listen, I think that panel and TNT, it's not possible to replicate what inside the NBA is. I think the NHL coverage is the best it's been in a long time.
Yes.
I think TNT does a great job.
That studio show specifically. Bissonnette's really good on it.
Gretzky's pretty good.
Gretzky is pretty good. I like Lundqvist.
Yep. Anson Carter's good. Liam McHugh does a great job. I think TNT does a really nice job. Remember when it used to just be going to Keith Jones and they'd say like shots, pucks to the net for 20 minutes?
In the same studio. They're in the same studio for 15 years.
Yeah. And now they're on site, and it's great.
Yeah, they also are willing to make fun of each other a little bit, right? Which is that's the thing from inside the NBA that they've taken again a piece of, a very small piece of. But I agree with you. I mean, Bennett knows what he's doing.
100%.
And now you open the door for him to do that the rest of the series, because why wouldn't he? If I go to the net, why don't I just fall over the defenseman and just cause chaos that's a great role.
Oilers can do the same thing now. They're going to get we're going to see, I guarantee it, next game both goalies will be hit. I would bet my life on it, just because when you get a call like this, the team knows it. The team notices, both teams. Obviously the guys that scored know, all right, we can do that.
Yeah.
Sweet. Great. The team that just got it done to them is going, I didn't think we were able to do that. All right. Let's go.
Yeah.
Like I know where the line is. You've shown me what I can and cannot do. So let's toe the line. And I would not be surprised to see a very questionable sort of dirty play on a goalie next game, just because guys are going to be comfortable getting close to him.
I got to check, what was Stuart Skinner's save percentage last night? It was .906. Okay. Yeah. So he has okay, never mind. In Game 5, he broke his trend. The last couple games, he had that stretch where he was either under 900 or a shutout. And so, if you score on him, you're going to get a couple more. And last night, they're up 3-1, and he shut the door. He had some big saves.
A lot of credit for that. That second period and overtime, he was unbelievable and really gave them a chance to win. Bob was great too.
Bobrovsky,
he had 45 saves in that game. He was great, but Stu righted the ship. I talked about it a little bit. I don't remember if it was with you guys or on Saturday, but Skinner's known for being mentally very strong, resilient, sort of can bounce back, and that's, I think, what we saw just in that game.
There's a play I'm reminded of from the Sabre season, by the way. Maybe no one will remember this play, but remember Sabres are playing in Colorado against so forgettable. Zach Benson's in front of them. He gets thrown into the Avalanche goaltender.
Yes.
And the Avalanche goaltender is laying on the ice injured. Benson grabs the puck from behind the net, wrap around, and scores, while the goalie is laying on the ground injured. He got thrown into the goalie while he's in front of the net. Just think about how Bennett could never do a push or a pull-up.
Was it Bennett?
Remember Bennett could never do a pull-up?
It was Bennett, and Mittelstadt was also a
Mittelstadt too.
Guy.
Well, Mittelstadt, I think his picture was just funny. He might have actually done one, or right. 3.
Right.
But Bennett couldn't do any. And he's older now. I'm almost thinking, why not just throw? Because this was Benson. Benson's a small guy. He gets thrown around a lot. Why not just put your smallest player in front of the net? Let the big hulking defenseman on the other team
into the net.
Shove him into your own goal, because you're not going to get that call. Right. This play got challenged in the Sabre Avalanche game for goalie interference, and it stood. Because what's Benson? Benson's given up 70 pounds to this guy, so the guy throws him like a bowling ball, and what is he supposed to do?
And that
put your smallest guy in front and just let him crash into the goalie via the other team.
It's so much less egregious than Bennett did last night too, because Bennett barely got touched and threw himself into the goalie. Like Benson legit got demolished into him.
I'm not saying
but
Bennett.
It's the same idea. Like you can just get contact in front and fall towards the paint.
Right. What I mean, and Bennett maybe is doing it on purpose.
100%.
But what I'm almost imagining is, Bennett might be better for this if Bennett's not this guy with all this upper body strength or whatever, as opposed to, let me go put some goon out in front of the net that's going to be able to stay on his feet.
Yeah,
that I'm not going to get plays like that.
Ristolainen in front when he was on the Sabres
or Chara.
a few times. Yeah, I think you could go both ways. Like, just want your smallest guy so that he accidentally gets thrown, or put a guy out there that's willing to go, I got touched, I know I can just fall towards Skinner or whoever the goalie is and probably mess him up a little bit and not have any sort of consequences for it.
Get a call in quick. John in Chicago. Hey, John, good morning.
Good morning. How are you gentlemen doing?
Good.
First of all, as far as I'm considering, Brett Hall and that foot being in the whole goal crease over Dominic Hasek, that's a goal last night. Bottom line. The reason I'm calling right now is because our Buffalo Bills are going to win the AFC East championship for a sixth straight season. And it solidified it with Matt Collins' comments yesterday talking about how he regrets leaving Buffalo. Your feelings on that, gentlemen?
I did not see him say this. Where did he say this?
He literally said that he regrets leaving Buffalo because in his current locker room in New England, there's no camaraderie, team accountability. Guys,
I think this is one of those fake stories you see on Facebook. Which
it is.
I'm telling you, it's a fake Facebook story.
Yeah,
there's Facebook right now is in a. I mean, it always has been. Who cares if it's real or not? But John, we are in the murderer's row era of Facebook, telling you stories like Eric Wood is the new offensive line coach, and Mac Hollins regrets leaving the Bills, slams the Patriots. It's not true. It did not happen. He did not say it. They don't find guys for showing up late or skipping practice because it's sunny. I never saw that kind of thing with the Bills. It's all fake.
It's fake.
Did not happen. He did not say that. He does not regret it. He has not said anything like that. It's not true.
Your tell is the graphic looks like it got made in Microsoft Word 2003.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a fake quote.
Yep. And seriously, there are these accounts now that just post nothing but fake stories.
Yeah.
And it's kind of wild that it happens, but it's true.
Remember the Ravens one from the playoff game about Matt Milano?
Yes, that Matt Milano was talking trash.
Yeah. The quietest Bill of all time was talking trash. I did, while looking for that, I did see a story from Pat's Pulpit about how Hollins, the guy there was answering questions from, he's one of the beat guys for New England, and was getting questions from fans about surprise cuts, and the guy he mentioned was Mac Hollins. It might be between him and Javon Baker. Hollins doesn't have a lot of guaranteed money. Baker had a really bad year last year, but he was a fourth-round pick, and they've got Booty, and they've got Bourne and Diggs and Polk. So maybe it's between Hollins and Baker for that final spot.
Yeah, I'm scrolling this one Facebook account to find the other hilarious, funny stories that are, of course, fake ones? Not real. Here's one. Salty ex-Bills say Haley and Josh are not good together. Not real. Did not happen.
Not that I've seen.
No. So you got to be head on a swivel. It's worse than ever. The good news is that a lot of these fake Bill stories on Facebook are so absurd that you were able to kind of just dismiss them. In this case, Mac Hollins did not do that.
Yeah.
All right. You know what I learned yesterday? That Haley Steinfeld's uncle is Body by Jake. I did not know that. You probably don't even know who Body by Jake is.
I don't know what is that?
Body by Jake?
Is that a show?
It was an exercise plan infomercial.
Oh. Isn't that how Larry David got invited to the wedding? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he was there? I thought Josh just invited him because why wouldn't you want Larry David at your wedding?
I think he's connected to her dad, maybe. but I did not know that. Hold on. Check this real quick that I didn't get got on a fake Facebook story. I did, but I did check into it. Like I looked. Yeah, he's a client of Pete Steinfeld, Haley's father, who's a personal trainer. And
Haley's his niece.
Yeah, so body by Jake.
Right, you said uncle. Yeah.
Jake's her uncle. All right, 803-0550. Fun times today. You can pop in on the chat and say whatever you want. You can like and subscribe. You can do your thing. Jeremy and Joe, pick of the week when we return, and then the NBA Finals preview with Steve Ashburner, senior writer, NBA.com. It's all coming up here on WGR. You know, not to kind of sound like doom and gloom, guys, because I don't think that's at all how we feel. It's just a matter of, like, every once in a while you're picking through, like, all right, what's got you worried? I mean, anybody have an answer to that? 803-0550. What's got you really worried? Not they could be better at a spot. I think they could be better at certain spots, for sure. But what's got me worried about them? Where do I think the fatal flaw is, if there is one? It's not that easy to find. For some people, that is McDermott. Not for me. I mean, if there's a fatal flaw here somewhere, is it still receivers? Last year I would have gone into the year, and last couple of years I would have gone into the year saying I think they have a flaw at receiver, because going back to Gabe Davis is their number 2, or last year, of course, you know, they're entering training camp with MVS and thinking that's going to work out. I don't think the receiver is a fatal flaw this time. I saw what they did last year. I don't worry about the offensive coordinator. I don't worry about too many things. And what has you worried? Is it hard to find?
It's very hard to find because they are that good.
They're good at a lot of things.
They are good at they have a pretty whole roster that doesn't have, well, tough word then to use there, because I was going to say they don't have many holes. They're a complete roster. So that being said, like when I think of that question, it is all about a couple of teams, and one in particular that I continue to watch the Bills in these moments get outcoached. And that's my worry. That they do have a fatal flaw that
the worry
every time I go play Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, I'm going to get a play, like on 4th down, where they've got something in the holster ready for McDermott and Babich and Brady that they're not going to be ready for, and it's going to be the right play at the right time, and they're going to lose a close game because those two over there are terrifying. That's my worry.
Now Elijah Moore's on the team. And there are plenty of people talking like he is a big deal. And like expectations for him should be to be, I don't know, their second best receiver. Could he be their second best receiver? How hard would that be for him to be their second best receiver? Yesterday, I found from Judah Fortgang, who's a guy I follow on Twitter, and he does a bunch of stuff on wide receivers and, you know, plot charts about vertical. This one is about yards per vertical route separation.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see this chart?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It's basically how open are you getting when you're running deep.
On vertical routes, yes. I'm going to go from the bottom of the NFL to this is 200 routes run, separation in the NFL on vertical routes. Last in the NFL was Keon Coleman. Second to last in the NFL was Curtis Samuel.
Mm-hmm.
Third last was Jalen Polk. Fourth last was Amari Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
3 of the 4 worst separators on vertical routes were on the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
Then if you move further in, what do you see?
I'm surprised Matt Collins wasn't low on that list. He might be lower, but not bottom 4.
Khalil Shakir had a decent number here. He was relatively fine. Hollins, I don't know, maybe he didn't meet the threshold. Did he run 200 routes? It feels like he must have.
He had to have.
Anyway, the point that I'm getting to is that moving further up the board and passing a lot of players that you've heard of before is Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
And highest of anybody, actually above average in vertical route separation is Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
That he's a guy that gets separation vertically, but just didn't get the ball. Like this plot chart, what it is how much separation did you get and how much do you get the ball. And you have some guys that don't separate, that put up big numbers. That's George Pickens and Justin Jefferson. You've got some guys that did separate, but didn't get the ball. And with this Bills offense, like part of it's probably the design, but in terms of just getting open down the field, the two players they've added in Elijah Moore and Josh Palmer do what they didn't have before. And to me, that's a big upgrade. All right, it's time for the pick of the week. Brought to you by Riverfront Auto Sales. We got the Stanley Cup Finals rolling. We've got the NBA Finals starting tonight. Pick of the week's brought to you by Riverfront. And their pick of the week is a stunning 2021 Audi Q3 S-Line Premium 45 with Quattro all-wheel drive, a turbocharged engine, and that signature S-Line sporty styling, plus premium interior features that make every drive a first-class experience. Test drive this sleek 2021 Audi Q3 SUV today at Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street, online at riverfrontautosales.com, and call 886-1626. What do we want for the pick of the week here?
How about the new Wicked trailer?
I've got to see it. I haven't seen the
trailer.
I haven't seen the trailer.
There you go.
Yet.
You got a weekend to do that. It doesn't come out till November 21st, so you got a minute.
All right. I'll do that. The trailer's out, though, right?
It's just the trailer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can the pick of the week be me ranting about something?
I mean, it's your pick of the week. I mean, you really can do whatever you want with it.
Can I pick something I'm going to be visibly upset about?
Sure.
So there's a story. This is we have all got our things that make us mad.
It's a Tom Brady story?
No. AMC, the movie theater.
Yeah.
They have agreed to increase the ad load before movies.
Like the amount of previews?
More commercials before movies.
Oh, here we go.
Including a platinum spot that runs right before the movie begins. Great. That's fantastic. That's great. I don't have any problem with commercials before movies.
Yeah.
Just tell me what time the movie starts.
Right, because
I just want to know what time it starts. How about this? I'll compromise. Tell me what time the platinum spot is. I'll show up for that, I promise. More commercials. You thought 25 minutes of your life dedicated to trailers and commercials wasn't enough. Now we need, 40 minutes?
Yeah, that's the thing.
More time?
I'm assuming they're not going to tell you.
They're
with this, even with this new amount of time they're going to be adding.
Put it on my tombstone. Someone tell the ad wizards down there that what is actually hurting the movies is people don't know what time to go. That's what's hurting your movies.
Well, you do know what time to go. It's
how are we going to
have to guesstimate like it's 20 minutes after.
How are we going to make up this revenue loss? Let's throw more commercials on and make people even less confident in what time the movies start.
Let me ask you, would you rather know exactly when the movie's going to start and have previews mixed in throughout the actual movie, like as commercial breaks?
Absolutely not. Of course not.
Commercial breaks?
No.
Because then you at least know when the movie starts.
In Connecticut, there is a Senate bill requiring movie theaters to disclose the actual movie start time. They're trying to get that through in Connecticut.
Uh-huh.
Have that guy run for office here. Move here. More commercials.
You should run on a platform of knowing when movies start.
Yes, I'll be like,
that's it.
Remember that guy? The rent is too damn high. I'll be the guy that's like, the movie takes too long to start. That'll be my party. It's my whole mission statement. What nonsense! All right, 803-0550. There you go. This is your pick of the week. Pick of the week is go to the movies. I guess. I'm gonna go see Wicked. Start time 11 a.m. Great. What time should I get there?
3.
1:30? All right. Steve Ashburner, senior writer, NBA.com, for a finals preview coming up in a moment here on WGR. When's the last time they really, truly fell short? It's a loss to the Chiefs at home. When's the last time?
But that is short.
It's not.
It should be short. I mean, for the Knicks, that's short.
The Knicks
for other organizations, it's short.
The Knicks just went as far as they've been in 25 years.
And to
say that's short is kind of rich.
But they feel like they topped out.
Sure. But no team should actually just flat out expect the Super Bowl. Outside of maybe the Chiefs.
Not maybe in 1 year, but over the course of several years, I think you can. I think when you have a guy this good and you get there's a certain amount of period of time where your expectation should be to win a Super Bowl. Sure. And maybe it's tougher when you're combining seasons like that.
If you have a quarterback this good, you should appear in a Super Bowl. Yes.
Right.
And appear. I'll even start there.
Yeah, get to one in the first place. Because otherwise, that to me sounds like, well, I am good just lining up and having the same season over and over and over, which that doesn't mean it's not fun. That doesn't mean it's not way better than the alternative, but the alternative's not the bar anymore. When this conversation comes up, I so often hear about what McDermott and the Bills, what it used to be, where they've taken this organization. They have absolutely done that, and every fan should feel grateful that they have allowed this era to exist and brought the quarterback here and all of it. But that's not the conversation anymore. The alternative is no longer a 17-year playoff drought.
No, that's right.
You have Josh Allen at quarterback. The bar should be so much higher, so much higher.
But it is
than when they got
it.
It
is so much higher. Here's how I'll ask it: what would be a bad season?
A bad season?
Yeah, what would be a bad season?
A bad season is, for them right now, it's losing in the divisional round.
Okay, so
that's a bad season.
So the conference championship is the expectation.
It's your minimum.
Minimum is a conference championship appearance. Okay.
For me to say that it wasn't a bad season, yes.
Losing to a higher seed in the divisional round, is that a bad? That's a bad season?
Yeah, yes.
Losing on the road in Kansas City,
I think
in the divisional round is a bad season.
You have one of the 3 best quarterbacks in the league. You better be one of the 4 teams standing at the end, or else you didn't meet it. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final is won by Edmonton. Leon Drysaitl scoring the winner, 4-3 in overtime. Game 2 will be tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, still in Edmonton. We'll have that here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR presented by Fiegel Car & Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. NBA Finals start tonight. We'll talk more about it coming up next. Game 1 between the Thunder and the Pacers at 8:30. It's on ABC. In football, Rashee Rice of the Chiefs looks like he'll be ready to go for the start of the year. He was a full participant at OTAs after tearing his ACL during last year's regular season. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
NBA Finals tonight. By the way,
I get chills here with this music.
Quick apology. Pick of the week. Honorable mention to Patchy Mix. UFC 318 is Saturday. And
yes,
the Angola native who has also got a buddy from, he was at part of the Sweet Home team. And maybe the Sweet Home Wrestling team.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I went to school with him.
Patchy Mix, you did?
Yeah, I think so. My brother knows him. I'm a Sweet Home grad too.
So he is fighting in the UFC 318, which is Saturday, and he is, where is it here?
Prelims start at 5. Main card starts at, wait. PDT, that's wrong. PDT's not Eastern time. 3 o'clock. Oh, is this because the card this week, is this right? It's in New Jersey, isn't it? Yeah, New Jersey. Main card starts at 10. There we go. 10 o'clock Eastern time. Prelims start at 8. Patchy Mix is in the main card, so you'll get him after 10.
Yes, fighting Mario Batista, Patchy Mix, 20-1, and so Saturday night, 10 p.m. We should find our way to a UFC 318. Let's do it. Sorry, UFC 316. That's why I couldn't find it right away.
Oh, okay.
UFC 316.
Right, yeah, 316. There it is.
Bantamweight, Patchy Mix. There's your pick of the week. I'm changing my answer from yelling about movie theaters showing commercials to Patchy Mix. Let's do it.
I mean, I would love a reason to care about the UFC again.
Yeah.
I loved the UFC for about 5 years, and I've just checked out for the last couple of years. Nobody worth caring about. So now we got Patchy Mix, though.
I'm going to check in on what his odds are to win that fight.
Minus 180.
Oh, so favored.
Yep.
Good.
He is the favorite.
Good. Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, keep climbing up the... also, I mean, the Bantamweight Championship will be later on that night. So if he wins... You know what often happens on a card like that? If he wins, the winner of the title bout will get asked about it.
Calls him out.
Yeah. Or maybe even call him out.
Yeah,
right?
Be good. 803-0550. NBA Finals start tonight. Joining us on the Wester Hotline, friend of the show, our go-to guy for NBA chatter, Steve Ashburner, senior writer, NBA.com, as the Thunder and Pacers get going tonight. Steve, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks again for some more time today.
Yeah, hi, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on.
So I guess like the zoom-out question is, do the Pacers have a chance? We can dig into it quite a bit, but it seems like Oklahoma City here, you have a team that is a very heavy favorite. I don't exactly have numbers, Steve, on how big of a favorite they are as compared to the last 10 years of finals, but this one feels like people really expect it to go a certain way, that the Thunder just have more.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised by that. I mean, they were the best team in the NBA all season. They won 68 games. They sort of flipped the switch, I think, about the middle of the Denver series and started to look like that team even in the postseason. I think that early on against Denver, I think they were down 2-1. And during Game 4, it seemed like all of a sudden we saw the Thunder that had shredded most of the league all season long. So, yeah, there is that sense that they're back to what they had been, and that was dominance. And the team that's already overachieved in the Pacers will have a tough time going forward. I mean, I admit I picked the Thunder to win the series in 5, When you factor in, my wishful thinking to get home sooner, I mean Thunder in 6. That said, I mean, I covered the East in the preliminary rounds. I saw these Pacers against the Knicks, and they are a better team than sort of their season as a whole. It's been mentioned multiple places that if you look at records in calendar 2025 since the first of the year, the Pacers are second only to the Thunder. But even then, there's a 7-game difference. It's 18 over the course of the entire season, and that's the second biggest gap between finals participants since the 76-77 NBA-ABA merger. So, yeah, when you get teams that are so separated by their success in the regular season, it does mean something, which is good for the regular season. I mean, it's 82 games, and we have to put up with it. And so it is good that some of those things we learn do apply even in June. So that said, do the Pacers have any chance? Yeah. And I would say it's bigger than the Dumb and Dumber any chance. It's an opportunity to come in here and steal a game in Oklahoma City. If they do that, then all of a sudden those predictions of 5 games are going to look a little bit shaky, and it might give the Pacers a little bit of a boost and propel them to at least a longer series, if not something more spectacular.
Yeah, the Pacers, I mean, Rick Carlisle's the head coach. He's won an NBA Finals as an underdog with Dallas. Siakam's one of their best players. He's won as an underdog with Toronto. So there is that, Steve, but also, I guess what I'm trying to do is visualize if they do pull it off, which would be one of the biggest upsets in the finals ever, kind of what does it look like? I know they love to play fast, so maybe just kind of throw the Thunder off defensively, because that OKC defense, if you get feels like set play after play, that's when they could just smother you.
Well, if the whistles tilt in Indiana's favor, I mean, the brands that these teams have coming in is that, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the free throw merchant, and that the Oklahoma City defense, takes the approach of keep fouling, stay physical. They can't call them all. So if all of a sudden SGA is not getting to the foul line or getting rewarded with referees' calls, and his teammates are getting called for the type of things they came accustomed to do in playing defense through the first 3 rounds, then I think that could start to change things. For Indiana, I mean, they pretty much need to just keep doing what they've been doing, which is shooting way beyond their mean. And you look at their shooting percentages for the Pacers; it's been terrific, and just play as fast as they can against a defense that likes to be flypaper.
Yeah, is the Thunder, the way they win, make it tougher to see a giant upset? Because, thinking of the Celtics in that Knicks series, they go cold from 3 because they just chuck threes the whole game, and you can go cold in a single game or in a couple games that way. Whereas you just mentioned it with SGA getting to the free throw line and their mid-range game and their depth. I don't know, them going cold for a whole series, aren't they kind of built to withstand that?
Yeah, that's a really good observation. I mean, I think that's right in this day and age where you almost get the feeling that teams will just shrug if they miss their 3-pointers and lose a game. Oh, well, we didn't have the 3 working for us. I mean, I've covered a lot of Milwaukee in recent years with Budenholzer and Since, and, certainly that's the vibe that the Bucks gave off on many nights, that we're going to take X number of threes, and if we make a good percentage, we have a great chance to win. And if we don't make that percentage, not our night. And, I think Oklahoma City, to their credit, they don't leave it up to the long ball fate the way some other teams do. I mean, even the Celtics. And so, in that sense, they probably do have more armor to weather things that don't go their way. But I think Indiana's got enough. They've got depth where they can throw players, multiple players at threats like SGA and Jalen Williams, and I think that they also can play defense without fouling. They do a pretty good job of that. So they can't get suckered into giving up too many points at the free throw line.
Talking about the NBA Finals here, for someone that's just checking in on the NBA for the championship round here, maybe isn't super plugged in during the year, Halliburton and SGA, do you expect it to kind of be a show from those two, to kind of become household names, not just in the NBA, but in sports, and kind of become stars throughout this series?
Yeah, I think there's a little. It's refreshing. There's a little bit of a reset button here, and you have, new. I don't like the term faces of the league, but you have relatively new faces that are going to get some exposure here, and both are terrific leaders within the context of their teams. It's really an opportunity for casual fans to see something a little bit different. And I think that the whole notion that it's a small market finals and that's going to lead to poor ratings, and that means casual fans won't really get interested in this. I don't know why that gets so much life breathed into it. It's look, if I'm watching a basketball game and I like it, and I want to see tomorrow, or the next day's game, I don't care what the guy down the block is watching or not watching. I mean, it's just move on. And the fact that the ratings are higher or lower, it really only affects the network showing that game, right, or that series, because they're the ones that have to sell it for commercial revenue. The league has already got its money, and if they think that a 7-game series potentially between two small markets is somehow going to sink the NBA heading into the future, I mean, that's kind of silly too. I think that's just a lazy way for particularly big market media to express some displeasure because their team's not in it, or a team with which they're more familiar. Okay, the New Yorkers, they haven't gotten to the finals in a while, but at least they pay attention to the Boston Celtics, and they don't really pay attention to that team in the heartland, or both these teams in the heartland.
NBA.com senior writer Steve Ashburn joining us on the Western Hotline. You've got the Thunder in 5. If there's any one player that will make that difference, is it which Halliburton shows up? I mean, I know the Pacers are kind of viewed as, the sum of their parts. Is there the formula for Indiana to pull off the upset?
Well, I mean, in terms of X factors, I mean, I think Indiana has a couple potential guys. Pascal Siakam, who was the MVP of the Eastern Conference bracket heading, into this series. He was a nightmare matchup for the New York Knicks. He's mobile, he's long, and he carried them for stretches offensively when Halliburton had nothing going, was missing shot after shot. He's huge. Aaron Nesmith, who turned an ankle, which made him a real question mark against the Knicks. But I mean, he was so good early in that series, Game 1, where he hit the 6 3-pointers. Now, he's known as a 3-and-D guy, but usually the emphasis is on the D. And, for him to post that kind of offensive burst, that's a game and potentially series changer. So I think those two guys are to me, the biggest X factors. Meanwhile, I think a lot in a day-to-day sense is going to come down to Andrew Nembhard. Now, I think he's a third or fourth year player that the general public might not be that familiar with, because he shares the backcourt with Tyrese Halliburton, but he'll be the guy starting out as a defender on SGA. I don't think Halliburton and SGA are going to spend much time guarding each other, because their coaches want that energy reserved for offensive plays and strategy. So Nembhard is a guy who, I knew him mostly as a shot maker, and what he did against Jalen Brunson in that finale against the Knicks, 6 steals against New York, and really just held Brunson, to a low shooting percentage whenever he was matched up with him.
The legacy talk and the kind of all-time ranking stuff is usually more for like the debate shouty shows, but I did want to throw one at you, Steve, on the Thunder are one of 4 teams ever to have 80 wins going into the finals, and the 3 teams are like all-time teams. It's 2 Jordan Bulls teams, and it's the 16 Warriors who won 73. If they do kind of cruise here in the finals, should they get credit as not, I don't want all-time team, but maybe all-time season that the league has seen?
Yeah, maybe if you parse it that way and make it a season, I would be okay with it. You've got to factor in whenever you come up with these sort of, not you particularly, but whenever these sort of stats are thrown out there. For a number of years in the NBA, they played a best of 5 in the first round. So you didn't have a chance to win 4. You had to go home after you won 3, or continue on after you won 3.
Right.
And so you're a little handicapped that way. So these all-time type things, when you change the structure, it becomes a little bit misleading. But that said, you're right. The Warriors that started out with 73 regular season wins and did everything except win the title by going to 7 games against Cleveland. That's a great season. The Bulls, when they won 72 and then had that 5-game first round and then kept winning, that's a great season as well. I wouldn't get into the team sense of it, though, until I see this team, back in the finals again and backing up, 2-3 in a row or 3 in 4 years, something like that, to get into evaluating the Thunder and their place in history among, all-time teams. But for seasons, sure.
Steve Ashburner, NBA.com. Steve, thanks so much and enjoy the finals.
Yeah, you're welcome. Looking forward to it.
Wishing you a quick series.
No, that's not fair. That's selfish on my part. I realize it, but it's been a long year. But, I would look, if I thought Indiana was going to win this series and need 6 or 7 games, I would say it. It happens that my assessment aligns with my desire to get out of my suitcase.
Very good. Thanks, Steve.
You got it.
Game 1 tonight from OKC.
I do hope we get a close series because it's my favorite. I think it is my favorite. It's one of my favorite sports events of the year.
The NBA Finals.
I love the NBA Finals. It is. The Warriors Cavs definitely did this for me, and like nothing will ever reach that, and I'm spoiled because of that. But I don't know how this will hit me, because when I think back of the Spurs Heat battles and the Celtics and the Lakers, my Celtics Lakers, so Kobe against Pierce and Garnett, not Magic Bird. I love watching those clips back. The Allen, I hated the Heat then, but I watched a Mike Breen compilation where he's calling Ray Allen tying the game against the Spurs. Bang, with 6 seconds left to tie it. And those are all-time sports moments. I hope this lives up to it, because going in, right, the brands aren't there, the stars aren't huge yet, but that doesn't mean they can't become that.
803-0550. Quick note on the world of fantasy football. So yesterday, if you watch, Owen's been, during breaks, Owen will show Rewind and have us talk and have segments. Yesterday, Joe's shirt. Was it yesterday you wore the Scott Fishbowl shirt?
Yes. Yeah.
So for anyone that doesn't know, Scott Fishbowl is a fantasy football, like a global league.
Yes.
Anybody can join. You just get in a Scott Fishbowl draft.
Yep.
And you draft, and it raises money for charity, and there's blah, blah, blah. It's best ball, right?
Fantasy Cares is where it goes to, which is like a lot of buying toys for kids that usually don't get them like Christmas time.
All right. So
you
can jump in, you find a draft, you make a draft, and you're a part of the fantasy community, and it's well known.
Yeah.
And every year, the rules change. So that's another part of it.
They like to add a new wrinkle every year.
Yeah, what are we going to do this year? What are we going to do this year? Tight ends get an extra this. And
last year, kickers could be flex players.
Kickers could be flexes.
You could use a kicker as a flex player. They're always weird. Every year there's something different.
Yeah. Yes. So this year, I'm not in this league. I've never been in this league. I probably won't ever be in this league. Not that I'm against it. I probably should. Why not? However, the rules are out for this year. Joe knows what I'm going to say, because I already told him in one of the breaks. And this year's wrinkle for the Scott Fishbowl is It appears to be IDP. And Joe's devastated. IDP means defensive players get stats.
Yep. You
Assisted,
get a defensive player.
Assisted tackles, and that makes Travis Hunter the number 1 player in the league. Number 2.
That's a good question.
Everybody's going to have to draft him.
There's going to need to be a decision made about if you're playing him in your wide receiver spot.
Do you get tackle stats?
Do you get tackle stats? Do you get interception stats? Do you get fumble stats? Do you get all of that on top of it? Because if you do, that makes him much more valuable. I think that could be overstated because we don't know how much he'll play on defense, but I'm just not an IDP guy.
I have never played IDP, and I can firmly say that I never will.
I've played it once, and maybe it was the way that this league I was in went about it. So basically, for a sack you get 6 points. So it's the same as a touchdown. The same as a rushing touchdown or a receiving touchdown. A tackle is 2 points. So think of that, man. Like a linebacker on a bad team is getting 12 tackles in a certain game and getting 24 points.
Not interested.
Assisted tackle is a point. Blocked kick is 3 points. Block kick's more impressive than a sack. I feel like it should be like 10. Tackle for loss is 1 extra point. A safety is 6. Forced fumble 3. Interception is 6. And you add all this up and you draft, Terrell Bernard would probably be. That's the part that I hate. Like, it's figuring out, all right, do I draft Terrell Bernard or Marvin Harrison Jr.? Who goes first? Who should go first? And that could just be me not doing it before. And maybe there are people that are used to it where it's like, it's not as hard as you think. It's not my thing. And I have no idea how I'm going to approach it. I probably just wait to the end and draft, Dorian Williams. He won't play enough. That's a bad example.
Who knows?
Taylor Rapp.
Yeah.
I don't even know. How many linebackers in the league can you name?
It depends. Is it like
could you
linebacker edge?
No. Like linebackers, like guys that would get you tackles. Although I guess you're saying the sack numbers are there too. Yep. Let's say you just went for the tackles. Because you get 2 points for a tackle. It's a pretty good path to a lot of points.
Yep.
How many linebackers are in your head right now? Do you know 10 linebackers in the league? I probably would know more than that, I think.
Who's the first name that comes to mind?
That isn't a Bill?
Yeah.
Bobby Wagner. He's still playing, right?
Fred Warner.
Washington. Fred Warner. Dre Greenlaw.
Why are we doing all 49ers?
I don't know.
It was Wagner was there for a year.
Nakobe Dean?
I was going to say Nakobe Dean.
The shorter one for the Eagles.
Yeah.
We're probably missing, though, like 3 of the best 5 linebackers in the league, I'm sure.
Peter Boulware.
Who's that?
He played a while ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Lions. Who's a Lion? Name a Detroit Lions linebacker.
The guy they drafted, Jack Campbell.
Okay, there you go. That's a good one.
Levante David.
Okay. Good. Who's the Jets have a guy?
Brian Urlacher.
Brian Urlacher. Patrick Queen. Roquan Smith.
Yeah, no interest.
All right, maybe I can get there. But I don't know where to draft these guys versus each other.
Have a good time with it.
I'll just look up a ranking.
803-0550. We also have a fantasy draft this weekend. You and I are not attending it.
We're not attending because we have no picks.
I have a first or second round pick. And
I don't have a first, second, or third round pick.
Yeah, I've got T-ball to do too. T-ball coaching tonight. I think the coach is going to be there.
Actually, I do have a third round
I'm not making my coaching day. Well, I'll be coaching tonight, but I don't think I have to be the head coach tonight. I think the coach is going to be there. So reports of me having my first ever T-ball game coached. I think I'll be staying in the assistant's chair, which is like, not much different.
You got to learn on the job. You got to go through.
I'm just, I'm getting those mental reps.
You should bring a red flag so you could challenge something if you need to.
Right. Let's review it.
Yes.
Let's review it. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us here on WGR. NBA Finals get started. You know, let me ask you this about the Stanley Cup Final. I can picture the Bills in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. I will just be driving around and I will think about the Bills winning the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Does anybody still do that with the Sabres and the Stanley Cup? Can you still conjure it up? Can you do it? The way that maybe you used to be able to do it when the Sabres were in the conference finals back-to-back years. Sure. You know, you're making the foil cups, you're bringing them to the arena. Does anybody still have the ability to picture it, to think about it? I used to have framed Stanley Cup Final tickets in my basement, in my sports room, because when you were a season ticket holder back when they lost to Carolina, you bought finals tickets.
Oh,
I had,
and they were paper tickets back then.
They were
right?
paper tickets. I had tickets to Stanley Cup Final games that did not happen. The Cincinnati Bengals were very mad about that. Sorry. I'm going to settle that old score forever. Are you able to do it out there? Are 8030550? Are you able to really picture it and think about it the same way? Because I don't do it anymore.
I'm trying to think of the last time I would have done it. Because it is so... It just feels like a totally different planet. Yeah. The hockey that is being played right now in this series, and where the Sabres have been for 14 years, and even beyond that, back to 2007. Maybe that is the answer. Maybe I have not done it since I believed they had a team that could actually win the whole thing. And even when they made the playoffs a couple of times after Drury and Briere leave, I don't remember thinking myself that I don't remember in picturing them winning it with that team in 2010 or 2011. Like, I don't remember doing that. So, could I do it? I don't know. Like, I'd like to. I'd like to be able to do it. I'd like to try to imagine what it would be like.
First off, how many games are they going to win this year?
13.
13. If James Cook were not on the team, how many games would they win?
13.
Okay. If Spencer Brown were not on the team, how many games would they win?
13.
Okay. Connor McGovern, how many games would they win?
14. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, Connor McGovern. 13.
Okay. Dawkins. Because they said, what they're saying is, we're going to let this person walk and just replace them. By the way, in this scenario, they're not hurt. They are choosing this person to leave, and they are replacing that person next year with someone that they think can do the job. Because in a lot of these Cook scenarios, like, let them walk and then draft a guy. Right. Whether that's Ray Davis, who was drafted last year, Dawkins, 13 wins. How many would they win without Dawkins? Would their over/under move on the gambling markets?
No, not really. Maybe you'd get the smallest little change on, like, you know, when it's like over 12. If it's over 10.5 and it's like minus 120, maybe you'd go up to like, or go down to like minus 105 or like something super small like that. Yeah, if you don't have Dawkins, I mean, out of respect to him, I almost want to say 12.
I respect you wanting to this point,
but I don't want to go. Even that, I wouldn't go lower than that.
Okay,
I wouldn't say it's more than 1.
This exercise is not an attempt to disrespect any player.
I know.
Let's keep going. Khalil Shakir,
13.
Kincaid,
13.
Dawson Knox,
13.
David Edwards,
13. Yep.
Keon Coleman,
13.
Josh Palmer, Elijah Moore,
yep.
Rousseau,
13.
There's no one player that they could lose other than
Josh
that would actually make you think, if they let that player walk in, replace that player with a draft pick in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
Is there any other player on the team? Because the reason I want to do this is every Cook conversation is, guys, they'll win 13 games without him. And all I want to say is that true of 52 players?
You can't put a number on it. He's invaluable. There's so many good things. Clutch, face-offs, you name it, he does it. Doesn't get enough respect or credit for his defensive abilities. When he's dug in, there's not many better, maybe nobody better.
McDavid on Drysaitl. Game 2 is
tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. 2 days in between on travel days.
Yep. Whereas the NBA is just doing 2 days on between every day.
Every day, okay.
Yeah. There's a story out of Kansas City that I guess the Chiefs might be staying in Missouri now because they've been flirting with Kansas, moving from Kansas City, Missouri to Kansas City, Kansas. So that story about them leaving Arrowhead, I guess, might not be happening now. $1.5 billion now are being dedicated to the Chiefs and the Royals to stop them from leaving. So you will get more games at Arrowhead Stadium in the future.
Exciting. The story I thought you were going to mention out of Kansas City is this. I saw from special teams coach Dave Taub said to Chiefs Wire about Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
Punt returns. He said, if you remember Worthy, he was going to be our guy, punt returns. He planned on being our guy until Rashee Rice got hurt, and that changed everything for that dynamic. He ended up being the number one last year, so we couldn't afford to have him back there. I say he's the best punt returner nobody knows about right now in the league, and that's Worthy, so hopefully we get him back there too. Although, let's get stupid.
Sure.
Worthy and Coleman, let's have him return punts. Coleman did it. He did it in college. He was good at it, right?
He was, I think, very good at it.
Can I get him returning punts? Is that not possible?
Isn't he going to already be playing so much?
What percentage
on
of
offense?
Snaps?
He's going to play 80% this year.
How many punt returns are there in a game? 3?
Yeah, not many.
Who led the league in returns per game? Punt return stats.
You don't think it was more than?
I know you got to practice.
Like 40?
I know you got to practice. Leading the league in punt returns. All right, ready?
Yep.
Returns. The league leader in returned punts had returned 33. 2 a game.
Yeah.
Xavier Gibson, 33 punt returns. Brandon Codrington had 27 last year.
That's returns. That's not the fair catches, though.
Right.
You got to go out there for fair catches.
You don't even break a sweat.
That's a job. I mean, that is pressure. You got to know when to do it, or if someone's going to drill you anyway, or make sure you catch it. It's nervous.
Is it bad for Worthy's fantasy stock if they're talking about making him a punt returner?
No, it's fine. And no, it's bad for his fantasy stock that Rashee Rice is back, and they both play this. They kind of play the same role.
Yeah, a little bit.
Someone's going to play a different role. You're also trying to take a job away from our guy Brandon Codrington. Love Brandon Codrington.
How'd he do last year?
He did great. He did great,
punts.
didn't he?
Yeah, I suppose.
Felt like every time he had a return, it was good.
He finished on the season punt return average last year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some guys had like an average of 24. Parker Washington did that.
He was 11.6.
Yeah. For guys that returned it a bunch, he was pretty high. It was with 25 or more returns. It was Mims, Marcus Jones, Khalif Raymond, and then Codrington, fourth. So fourth among guys that had 25 returns.
And if I'm correct in this, I don't think he lost any fumbles last year.
All right.
I think that's true. I don't remember him gaffing a punt anywhere.
The Ravens have signed Rashad Bateman to a contract extension.
How much?
$36 million. 3 years, 36.
Okay, so 12 a year.
Middle class receiver money.
That's a mid-range receiver number.
That's Shakir money, right? What'd Shakir get? 12.
Yeah, we've talked about the Bills doing that and how no one had really done that for a while. Are teams joining them in starting to give those contracts out? Like the middle tier receiver contracts that didn't really exist for a while, and now they're maybe popping up.
Shakir's was 4 up to 60.
Yeah.
That was that's
a bigger deal.
That was the press on it. How much is actually guaranteed at sign? Like, you got to kind of sift through that. Yeah, the middle tier receiver contract.
Like, if Bateman's at $12 million a year, there are right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 receivers that make between $10 and $15 million a year.
That's only 8, and the Bills have 3 of them.
The Bills have 2 of them.
Okay,
Samuel falls underneath that.
Okay, just underneath.
Right.
If you include Samuel up, the Bills have 3 of them, and Palmer, Shakir, and
right. And you're only
Samuel.
Okay. So if you bump it down to $8 million, from $8 million to $15 million, you're only adding 2.
Okay.
So 10. You're 10 guys.
So 10 receivers in the entire NFL make between 8 and 15, and the Bills have 3 of them.
I'm not counting Neighbors, by the way, because he's a rookie contract. Or not Neighbors, Harrison Jr.
Right.
Neighbors just blow it
because he went so high.
Yeah, Curtis from $8 million up. Curtis Samuel, Adam Thielen. Those are the only 2 between 8 and 10. And then at 10, Tutu Atwell, Diami Brown, Josh Palmer, Jacoby Myers, Darius Slayton, Darnell Mooney, Khalil Shakir, Cortland Sutton. End of list.
Yeah.
Everybody else is higher than that.
That's good money for Mooney. I like Mooney a lot.
Yeah. But all those guys are... See, like, that list, I like... Shakir makes the most out of those guys by just a little bit. Him and Sutton are the same.
Yep.
Those are fine players, but nobody in there is like, oh, I wish I had Diami Brown.
Well,
we talked about him a little bit this summer, but
I'm
not losing sleep that the Bills didn't get Diami Brown.
No, not at all. And then again, like the sexy headline point about all of our receiver argument is some sort of twisted conversation about do you need a number 1, when really what the conversation was, you can save so much money.
Yeah.
Because look how much these guys are for middle class receivers to be getting like between 10 and 15 million. You can draft a guy and he won't make that in 5 years.
Is it better than having like a non-elite number 1?
What's that?
Is it better than having like a non-elite number 1?
Depends
like,
on...
is it a better idea to have one of these guys that makes like 10, 12 million rather than Calvin Ridley makes 23 million or Michael Pittman makes $23 million or DJ Moore makes 27?
Right.
T. Higgins, 28. You know what I mean? Like, those guys are all really good, and Higgins isn't, but the rest of those guys, like, those are number 1 wide receivers, but they're also not elite guys.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably better. Here's what I would say. You could just, do I want, here's my answer, okay. 2 guys that make 14 or 1 guy that makes 24 and a draft pick?
Right, like would you rather have Shakir and Palmer or would you rather have Michael Pittman?
And a draft pick.
And, in a rookie salary.
And a rookie.
Yeah.
Because the thing about it is when, if Samuel doesn't work out for the Bills and they move on after 2 years, that's dead cap. And that's, that. And if you have the Michael Pittman in the draft pick, if the draft pick doesn't work out, there's no dead cap. Like you don't have term you have to respect. Right. You get more flexibility. You get surplus value on the receiver pick. This is true of any position. Make it defensive end. Make it anything. It's why teams love their draft picks. It's why the Bills have a bunch of these defensive end draft picks. You might like this better than 3 middle class defensive ends.
Yeah.
Bosa got paid. Rousseau got paid. But Bosa's not huge money. That's kind of like this receiver money.
Right.
And they draft Landon Jackson, and they'll keep drafting edges because. So there's a couple positions where it makes sense to just.
Right. Like
I would almost say that too many middle class contracts is not ideal.
Mm-hmm.
I never want to be afraid of paying great players, and I don't think the Bills are afraid of paying great players, but. Like, if Shakir had really leaned on them for $23 million, I don't think they'd pay him.
Right.
That's really a big part of this. Had he played out this year, Shakir, and he really went in for everything he could get, they would probably have a value there to say, like, well, could we replace him?
Yeah.
There are people that think that Elijah Moore is going to step in and put up really big numbers. He was on the street for 5.
Yeah.
So... It's it's all in the mix. It's all part of the nuanced conversation about receiver.
You're really right about that edge position you just kind of mentioned in passing there. How, man, what Bosa makes really is nothing for that position. Like, it's almost less middle of the road than the receiver money is. Like, how many Bills fans would even know the guys? Like, would you know? How many Bills fans know who Carl Granderson is? He's an edge rusher for the Saints. He makes the same amount of money as Joey Bosa does. How many would know who Jonathan Cooper is? He makes more than Joey Bosa playing the same position.
Yeah.
Eric Armstead, now you're starting to get into a little bit more of the well-known guys. But Malcolm Kuntz, Bosa's making not even second-tier money for that position. It's closer to third or fourth tier.
Yeah.
It's really not a lot.
803-0550. NBA Finals start tonight. Edmonton up 1-0 in that series. OTA's final day for the Bills is today. And then mandatory minicamp next week. The James Cook watch will be on. See what he has to say about any of it. And if he is, in fact,
if he's there
in town, right? If he's there, if he's holding in, I anticipate he'll be there. That's what I would say. He'll be there and he'll work out, would be my guess. Same?
Work out or he'll practice?
Both. He'll just be there. He'll say,
you want to make a bet?
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be there.
You think he'll not show up?
I don't think he's showing up. For how he's talked this offseason, he's not gonna skip a single mandatory thing. No, I don't think he'll be there.
Okay.
You want to bet it?
Sure.
All right, let's bet it.
All right.
I'll put it on the bet board. We have a spot at the top.
$5.
All right.
James Cook will be present at mandatory minicamp.
What if he does the Diggs thing where he goes, meets with them, and then leaves? Who wins?
I win. He showed up, and they told him to go home.
No, it's going to be it's going to feel like a cheap win, though.
Bring in Gene Steratore. If he shows up and they send him home, that's a win for me saying he'll be there.
I think he's got to put the uniform on.
He got 2 feet firmly on the premises. Both feet were in.
What if he shows up to the facilities and spray paint graffitis $15 million on the wall? Who wins then? I think I should win. On the outside of the field house, he just spray paints $15 million. I win that.
Here's how I win that. In the paper, it would say, James Cook sprays on the outside of the wall at Bill's mandatory minicamp. Win. All right, Extendo Sports coming up here on WGR. Now Elijah Moore's on the team. And there are plenty of people talking like he is a big deal. And expectations for him should be to be, I don't know, their second best receiver. Could he be their second best receiver? How hard would that be for him to be their second best receiver? Yesterday, I found from Judah Fortgang, who's a guy I follow on Twitter, and he does a bunch of stuff on wide receivers and plot charts about vertical. This one is about yards per vertical route separation.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see this chart?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
it's basically how open are you getting when you're running deep
on vertical routes? Yes, I'm going to go from the bottom of the NFL.
Yeah,
to this is 200 routes run. Separation in the NFL on vertical routes. Last in the NFL was Keon Coleman. Second to last in the NFL was Curtis Samuel.
Mm-hmm.
Third last was Jalen Polk. Fourth last was Amari Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
3 of the 4 worst separators on vertical routes were on the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
Then if you move further in, what do you see?
I'm surprised Matt Collins wasn't low on that list. He might be lower, but not bottom 4.
Khalil Shakir had a decent number here. He was relatively fine. Hollins, I don't know, maybe he didn't meet the threshold. Did he run 200 routes? It feels like he must have.
He had to have.
Anyway, the point that I'm getting to is that moving further up the board and passing a lot of players that you've heard of before is Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
And highest of anybody, actually above average in vertical route separation, is Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
That he's a guy that gets separation vertically, but just didn't get the ball. Like this plot chart, what it is how much separation did you get and how much do you get the ball? And you have some guys that don't separate that put up big numbers. That's George Pickens and Justin Jefferson. You've got some guys that did separate but didn't get the ball. And with this Bills offense, part of it's probably the design, but in terms of just getting open down the field, the 2 players they've added in Elijah Moore and Josh Palmer do what they didn't have before. And to me, that's a big upgrade. All right, Extendo Sports. Sal Capaccio's on the line from Rochester, did you say, Evan? He's in Sal?
Yeah, I am at the lovely Fan Rochester studios today, guys. How are you?
What's going on in Roch?
Well, I have some business out here that I had to take care of this afternoon, so I figured, you know what? Why don't we make a day out of it out here in Rochester? Figured I'd drop by have you guys been to this building? It's amazing. It's fabulous out here, the Fan Studios downtown Rochester.
Yes, have a couple times is it High Street? Or something like that?
Commercial. I'm on Commercial Street.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. It's an old brick building, warehouse. The studios are out here. There's several different radio stations here, like we have in Buffalo as well in our Amherst studios. But really just took the drive out this morning. Nice drive, and it's got me prepared for making that drive for training camp today. So we'll talk about maybe what's going to be happening at training camp here with some camp battles coming up. Gene Battaglia from the Sports Bar is going to join me today at 11. I'll have Alex Brasky from Batavia and Bill's Digest at 11, and then Alexa Ross from Indianapolis on the Pacers and the NBA Finals. But yeah, out here in Rochester today.
Very nice. I'll see you on the golf course tomorrow.
Yes, for sure. We should. I think we'll be competitive. I'm expecting us to be in the mix, Jeremy.
I know we're in the Bills Media Golf Tournament scramble. Sal, yesterday, Joe and Owen and I played Oakmont on the simulator. We got a taste of next week's U.S. Open venue. Even on a simulator where, there were no trees on this course, basically. It's wide open. It was tough.
It was tough.
It was a tough course. You didn't even have rough to hit out of in the same way.
There was a 600-yard par 5 that Sal, I think took 40 minutes for us to complete.
It was tough. It was fun. So we got a good look at Oakmont and the Church Pew bunkers. You're going to see those next week. So, always good to get a look at the course. All right, Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up. Sal is on the way, and stay tuned for that here on WGR.